Good evening, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody's doing great. I'm your host for tonight, Brother HCS. For those that tune in on Facebook, we stream YouTube, and for those who follow my short TikToks under HCS895, how's everybody doing tonight? Tonight we'll be talking about some experiences that I've had and things that I've witnessed that have happened to me dealing with winged beings, lechuzas, uh, and etc., gargoyles, demons, and other winged creatures that I've witnessed throughout my lifetime. I'm saying that uh, I'm fixing a. See, I don't know who's here with me tonight. There you go. How you doing, Sister Monica Davis? Texas, learn me. How you doing? Uh, Fixing to send a share this to the groups that I share on Facebook real quick. How's everybody doing this evening? The weather over here seemed like there's a bad thunderstorm coming. There was a lot of lightning and thunder, but then it didn't even rain, so it's very humid. It's supposed to rain, so I don't know what time the bad weather is going to come through. How's everybody's evening? It's been raining there all day. Yeah, we've been waiting for the rain to come through, but it hasn't come through. Okay. I'm all cheered out, brothers and sisters. How's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody's doing great. Brother Joel Burgess from the UK. How you doing, brother? Man, I think there was a short wheel that I had witnessed something up in the air. I've seen some weird stuff throughout my lifetime, brothers and sisters. You know, as I can see things spiritually. Uh, Sometimes I can sense or see spiritually, or sometimes I'll sense what's around me spiritually. But there's times that this DDN or these things that are from another realm, right? They come from somewhere else, that they show themselves to me. You know, that I'm able to I'm blessed to be able to see what's behind the veil. You know, that the Heavenly Father has blessed me with the spiritual gifts of discernment. You know, and this blessing I've had all my life. Uh, But as I've gotten older, uh, I believe that we all have some kind of blessing in that nature when we're young. That we have the because we're innocent, and sometimes there's negative plants or negative seeds that are being planted to try to deter us from our spiritual capabilities, as we're all children of God, and we're we're interfered on, right? Because that's what the things that are the unseen do. They try to derail us from our journey in life of who we are by placing things there that's going to interrupt, right, our destiny. But sooner or later, since it's destiny, right, that it's sooner or later we have to go back into the path because it's our destiny to awaken spiritually, right? And once we get awakened, for those uh, that have never witnessed nothing, once that they awaken spiritually, then they're going to be able to see things and sense things in which, you know, sometimes the things can be overbearing, overwhelming. But you have to understand the things of the spirit. You know, it's a spiritual warfare out there, brother and sisters. And I've witnessed many things of the balance that are some that are angelic. I've witnessed, so we're talking about winged beings. I've witnessed angels around me when I was a kid. Matter of fact, when I was like in junior high, I witnessed several angelic beings with a golden aura around me, and I can share that story uh, with you in a moment. Let me see who's here. Monica Davies, how you doing? How you doing, Mob Rules? I sent cousin Jesse an invite, but he might be asleep. I'm not sure. Uh, he might be asleep. Let me see something here real quick. If not, I'll just go solo tonight. But I did send him a link if he's awake. It's my fault because I had company over. My brother came to visit. We were talking about. We were talking about me and my brother. We were talking of a location that we experienced something. I think we're talking about locations, right? And I told him let's go tonight. Let's go tonight to this location where we experienced what we experienced when we were kids. Like an incident that happened to us when we were driving back from Arkansas. I had told my brother that I wanted to check it out, but he said it was too late, and then we're expecting this bad weather. The location, the location that we wanted to go to is not that far away from here, from Temple, Texas. Uh, my brother is like 2 years older than me, and he heard the story here, what I was talking about on that day that those things happened to us on the road, and he remembered the name of the town. So we wanted to go and do an investigation in that area, and I said, let's go tonight. So you might never know. Maybe we'll see what we seen that night a long time ago when we were kids. But he said, no, I'd rather go during the day than at nighttime because I want to see where we're at to make sure there's no traps down the road and stuff like that. So that's what my brother told me. That and then the bad weather that's coming in. He said we should wait till it clears up a little bit before we go and investigate. So yeah, I was planning to do. I wanted to do it live on the road. Yeah, I wanted to do a night live, but it's hard to go to a location, especially if we don't know where it's at. So basically, we're trying to find the location where we experience some creatures that something happened to us a long time ago in the 70s. How you doing, brother Juan Avila? So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to, how should I say, something we experienced long time ago. We're trying to go to the location to see what's there. If there's, it's something that we experienced as dramatizing to us that happened to when we were kids, and we want to go conquer that fear of what happened to us that day a long time ago. Yeah, we were having fun last night, Sister uh, Monica Davios. And I've seen people wearing those kind of boots, believe it or not, when I used to go clubbing back in the day. Yeah, we were having fun last night. Okay, let me log out of here. Yeah, sorry about that. I was doing something. There we go. All right. Hola, primo. I thought you had fallen.
Yes, sir.
Uh, I,
Uh,
I dozed off. I had a long day. You know, I hardly got any sleep. So I had a long day. Then I dozed off while I was after wrestling. I dozed off.
oh
How you
no,
doing?
man, I'm doing good, man. I was moderating that other show and fell asleep. They were having a talent show and there was a bunch of little kids in there singing. Dude, me quedé dormido, and I just woke up. I said, "Oh damn it!"
The little kids put you to sleep.
Yeah, man. I wish I could have been there live, howling like a dog, cause my ears hurt, man. They couldn't sell tamales on their best day. Hello, Monica Davia, Texas Learn Me. Who else is in here? Joe Burgess, Ma
Yeah,
Bruce, Juan Avila.
man. So they hurt your ears, primo.
Yeah, yeah. Bunch of little kids, man. Bunch of, you could tell they were little. That one of them was had us on live while they walked down the street to drop off one of his homies at the house, and he ran back home.
They're little angels, man. We're talking about winged beings. I put lechuzas, DDN, etc. And I was telling them how when it's angels with a golden aura around them, winged angels with a golden aura, and I was going to share their story. I was thinking about sharing it later on a little bit till we get some more viewers.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's a good thing, man. You
but
could do it.
Yeah, so tonight's topics is winged beings, lechuzas, DDN, and etc. Which I've witnessed a lot of winged different beings. You know, it's kind of like that shirt of the pájaro that I that I got. I don't got it on tonight, but that was a winged creature that everybody witnessed. Some people thought it was a thunderbird.
I
Some
got
people said
wings.
it was like a phoenix,
I
but
got wings.
that's not what I witnessed. I seen with my spiritual capabilities, I'm able to see the true nature of whatever manifestation is taken, and the true nature that I witnessed was that of a winged demon, which some people might call a gargoyle. Matter of fact, I have some marks on my face from that encounter that happened to me when I was a kid. Thing we were talking about yesterday about I think we're talking about locations, and that would be a good location. I went through Google Maps to that location, see how I could find the location. It was still there, but I think they covered it up, covered the lagoon that was there or something, because I don't see it on the Google map. But I know exactly where it was at, where it happened. Yeah, so I was talking about the. So I wanted to get a little bit. I got several stories to tell you about winged beings that I've seen. Of course, angels will be the number one in that category. Angelic beings, just like there's angelic beings, and you got demonic beings that are or that are winged. You know, we could start from the beginning. When the fallen fell from the heavens, right? The one third were winged angels that transformed to demons with wings when they got casted out from the kingdom of heavens. Then you had other winged beings that was already here on earth that were watching over mankind, who were called the Watchers. Some people knew them as Anunnaki, right? And then some other people knew them as Apakulu. But of course, every culture has a meaning for them, right? There was other winged beings, and in which those winged beings, and I think the one before that will be Lilith, right? What happened with Lilith? Pretty good much about Lilith. Lilith was Adam's first wife, I believe.
She was born of the
That
clay where Adam was. She wasn't born of
she
the
didn't want to
rib.
be equal to Adam, right?
She
She
didn't
didn't
want
want
to
to be
be submissive.
submissive to Adam because Adam was a male and she was a female. So she left uh, the Garden of Eve, and the angels had gone to her. There was angels that were manifesting to her, telling her not to leave, and she left. I believe she might have even denounced the Heavenly Father, if I'm correct, right? Because the angels send her. I mean, you know the story pretty good, right, cousin?
More or
Uh,
less, yeah.
the
Hello,
the the
Cancel Conversations.
was it?
Oh, saying hello to Cancel Conversations.
How you doing? Casual conversations. So she said no. She was going to be disobedient. They gave her a numerous chances, right, to be obedient. So then the Heavenly Father punished her. What was her punishment, cousin?
Um, every day that the angels would go back to try to get her to come back, that she refused, they would kill 100 of her children a day, and then they forced her to take a beastly form of a demon, and she would be the one that would eat babies in the womb and unbaptized babies in the crib. They had little necklaces that they were amulets that they would wear that they would put on the pregnant women and the unbaptized babies so that Lilith wouldn't eat them. But yeah, they killed 100 of her kids a day. The angels did because she
And
refused to
the
come back.
children that she had, cousin,
Huh?
who did they belong to? Her children.
Some belong to Satan and some belong to Cain.
So you're saying that Satan had slept with her?
Yes,
He
he
just
also he also slept with Eve. The forbidden fruit. It wasn't an apple, man. That he knocked her up, and Cain was his seed, and Abel was Adam's seed, man. That's what the story that I got out of that, man.
her beastly manifestation was that of what we call a lechusa, which would be a giant owl. That was her manifestation that she took, was that of a giant owl. How you doing, sis?
Hey, prima, love you. How you doing?
Thank you, sis. Thank you for the anniversaries. Oh man, and in 2 more days is my wife's birthday, so I better not forget that. She she
You
hits me
better
up
not.
every month, every April with our anniversary and a birthday. So
When's her birthday?
her birthday is on see, we're Saturday today, so her birthday is on Monday,
Which is what day? The 20 what?
28.
Mary's birthday is right after hers.
So yeah,
You
uh,
got your terrace.
so tell him, cousin, more about Lilith, what she would do, what she did because of them killing her offspring, right, or her children.
Yes, she was also known as the mother of all beasts, the mother of all monsters. And
And most of them lived in woods and all kinds of locations, right?
yes, yes, yes. And what happened was when she escaped the Garden of Eden, she called on the actual name of God and took a beastly form. Is what I heard, and flew away from there. And every time they'd come and try to go to get her to come back, they wouldn't. She wouldn't come back, so they killed 100 of her children every day. And most of her kids were from Satan, and some were from. And some say she still lives to today, and so does Cain.
So you're saying they're like immortal?
Immortal. They're immortal.
So you think that's where maybe you got Cain, you got Lilith, and maybe that's where the people come up with Dracula?
Dracula made a pact with somebody, man, and that's how he got started.
But he's all
What
dealing
happened?
with magic and dark arts, right?
Yes, it's all dealing with demonic.
Being cursed, kind of like
Yes,
a werewolf.
yes, yes, yes. Happy birthday to your oldest daughter, Monica. Belated
Yes,
birthday.
happy birthday to her.
But yeah, that's about what I know about her. That she would go around eating unborn babies in the womb and babies that weren't baptized
What
in the
locations
crib.
was she doing this? Was she doing this around the world, or was it a certain location where the legends of her were?
Mainly, I think Mesopotamia and around where the what do you call it? The barbarians, man. I can't remember where they lived, but yeah, Babylon.
Mongolia,
Yep.
the Mongolian
Yes,
Empire.
America. Yep, yep. If it was Asian, she was there, and she's been around all this time, man.
So, do Do you think that they still wear this pendants, Primo?
I'm
Because
not sure. I'm not sure if they do or not because the world has changed since then, and people cease to believe in stuff that they can't see and touch.
all right. Well, here's an example of the pendants. I mean, they probably don't look like this, but I'll give you an example of what cousin Jesse is talking about this pendants. Thank you, Sister Monica Davis.
Sí, está bien, estoy en el programa. No, wow,
This is the
look at
pendants
those,
that cousin Jesse is talking about.
look at those
That
feet. Those feet have big
claws.
old fingers. Those are claws. She's got wings. Look at the face. Wow.
She has something in her hands here.
Yep.
Is it the infinity symbol?
It could be primo. I can't tell because the hands wrap around it.
Yeah. He's got something here around her wrist also.
Yep.
So you got those chichas. She's even
This is
got something here around the ankles or
she's
the
older.
legs.
She's older than the Egyptians, Monica.
And here's another little different one than that.
Oh wow.
That symbol right there looks very familiar.
It looks like a unk, but le falta lo demás. The Egyptian cross, the unk.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like at first,
No,
but
like
she
look at
didn't.
the claws on this one, man.
Yep, yep.
There's one, two, three, one, two, three, and there's another. Let me see. Well, that goes around like that. But yeah, that's how many claws you see there, cousin.
I'm thinking she's got 3 claws on each foot.
Because over here you see three. You see something else, but that's still in with it. Well, that's the wing. It looks like it seems like the wings have some kind of claws on them too at the very tip, but
Hey,
I'm not sure.
Monica, her name is on on that ribbon that's going around her body. That's Lilith.
She's wearing something around the neck.
What's up, real MMA? Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome in, brother.
So let me go back to your cousin.
I, I thought you went out like Smurfy. Ain't seen him in a while either.
The one AWOL.
Yeah, real MMA is back. I haven't seen him in a while, man.
Yeah, the Omega symbol or something like that. Let's take a closer look at her again. There you go.
Dude, my screen is. There we go. Wow. Wow. Is that part of what holds up her wings or what she got in her hands? That Omega symbol? Is that what she uses to be able to flap her wings? That's a good little amulet right there, man. You can see everything clearly.
So what I'm gonna do right now is I'll let I'll put the screen back on here, cousin Jesse. I'm gonna work on some other things dealing with her that I found. I'm gonna take a picture of that, and I'm gonna share all those too in a moment.
All right then. Oh, so you're Ernesto Hernandez, Real MMA. All right, man. I forgot. Well, she's still alive, is what they say. Learn me that she's immortal. So being here forever and a day, man. I was like 7 or 8 years old when I encountered my first lechusa, ladies and gentlemen. My dad took us up into the mountains of Mexico to a little village where all the houses were made of mud and straw. No running water, no gas. No, no, they had propane. What's up, Alex? Right? How you doing? And no running
Mm.
water. So we had to like strain the water that we drank and then boil it to be able to drink it. And then we would go and take a bath in the river that was like 20 minutes down the street. Yeah, most people don't, Alex. Most people don't like lechuzas, but I was like you would say, I was fresh off the turnip truck. I had barely got there. I remember I showed up wearing a silk shirt and bell bottoms, and when I came back with no shirt, no shoes, and just the shorts, like a native. Uh, my very first week that I was there, something passed by whistling. It was dark outside. We were standing by the torches, and I innocently whistled back. And my cousins got all mad and told me not to be doing that because she was gonna get my eyes. And sure enough, that night I didn't sleep where I usually slept. I slept on the floor, and I saw a hand come in through the top of the door because the door you could open it from the back, the bottom, and the top. The bottom was closed, the top was open, so the air could circulate. And I saw a hand come in through the top of that door, and it was looking in that area of the bed where I was supposed to be asleep, but like I wasn't there, and I never slept there again. I would always sleep on the floor. But that was my first encounter with a lechusa. ¿Qué pascuis, Alex? ¿Cómo has estado? Might have been a tried it, Monica. Might have been. Keep checking my.
Okay, here we go. So she, because there was but we're talking about Lilith right now, but we're going to talk about other things in a moment. So I'm going to share this with y'all. Check this out that I found here. And cousin Jesse was right because that's where it started from in the Mesopotamia. There, Lilith, old uh, from back in the day, I guess.
How many claws does she have on each foot? I see three.
Three, three in each foot. But there's something else here. I don't know. It looks like three. I guess this is our children. Look at this one. You see this one, Primo?
I'm looking
What do
at
you
it.
think that is?
I don't know, man. It looks like a.
Look,
I don't know, man. I can't tell from here. It's too small.
I'm gonna have to make that bigger. Man, what is that? How small does it look in? Well, let me go to you on the screen. It looks small on the screen. Okay, I'll make that one bigger so see to see them.
I don't know, man. Could that be like a cross between a lion and a tiger? Could it be a liger?
It looks freaked out, man. Whatever that is.
Are those the wolves that she's got by her side? Dogs?
Looks like them.
They look like German shepherds. Could be a
No, it's
wolf.
not. No, it's not even wolves. It looks like. Let me do a close up of them. Uh,
You know who can do the lechusa call real good? Abe. But every time he does it, stuff goes down in the feed and people's places where they live. So we try not to let him do that.
but what's freaked out about this, man? That there's little birds that are here. Looks like the thing that I captured, man. Exactly like it
Wow.
on the short reel, man. Hey, let me send those two pics.
Oh, that felt good.
All right, let me get back in there.
Well, she was the original mate of Adam, Ma Bros. They were created together out of clay. Eve was made from Adam's rib, but Lilith was made out of clay and had the original breath of life put into her nostrils by the Creator. She just didn't want to be subservient to Adam.
All right, here we go. Let's take a close look at this other things that are here.
I got smaller.
Oh man, oh man, looks kind of looks like that thing that I see, man, with the little hands and they look like they got smaller.
Yeah, I got smaller.
Let me try to hit it one more time. I don't know. Probably the other one's small too. Then yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
I mean,
god.
that looks like a
Man, this is
hybrid, man.
great.
That looks like a human owl, man. It's got feet and legs, man.
Yeah, it
It
looks
just
like the one that I got on video, man.
yeah,
Exactly like it.
the one with the big pecker.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what it looks like. The one that I captured because it's got the long legs like that. These little creatures are freaked out, man. Whatever that is here, and I'm trying to figure out what this is here. It looks like he's got something in his hand. I think it's Lilith. Yeah, it's her.
yeah. That's another depiction of her.
I did. Yeah, the, yeah. There you go. See what else we got here. So those
Wow.
are supposed to be the creatures that were underneath there. They look like werewolves.
When, yeah, yeah.
Look at that. This one looks like a lion of some sort. Well, that's what they are, like
A
like
lion.
lions.
One's a lion and one's a dog, man, a wolf.
like a wolf. There's the lion. There's the wolf. She's holding the things in her hand, and there's all the.
You see that? You see that circle over her head with a sun symbol in
Mhm.
it?
Yeah.
Oh wow, Alex, you saw one 20 years ago flying in the air that looked like a giant pterodactyl. Wow.
Are you sure you wasn't seeing the movie Land of the Lost? With
Sure, it wasn't one of the movies from the LBL because you know they got saber-tooth tigers. They might as well have a pterodactyl.
oh man, it was a pretty good
You
carving that
know,
they made, right?
yeah.
This is supposed to be Lilith. There's her wings, the little owls, and I'm more than sure probably if they're all winged creatures that this are winged too. What do you think, cousin?
There could be. It could be. One could be a griffin and one could be a winged dog, man. You never know. That looks like a griffin. It looks like it's got eagle feathers coming from around the neck.
Mm-hmm. There you go. The origins from it. Lilith Mo 2000 GB Mesopotamia. The dogmas. That's what it's called, dogmas. What's up with this dogmas? Like dog. I guess it's talking about these little things down here.
No, dogma kind of means
Or
religion,
religion.
primo. Yeah, dogma. At least that's what I think it means. I don't have my phone here, so I can't really know.
There you go. Let me take that one off for right now. I don't know why he boots me out off of Facebook, man. He boots me off every time I'm trying to share something. Let me go back to you, cousin.
I could see you.
So, there we go. Now y'all can see us. Yeah, I can whistle like a lechusa, but every time I do, activity picks up. I mean, the reason I can whistle like a lechusa is because, or mimic, should I say, is because I dealt with them all my life since I was a kid. They was always around trying to come and get me. I mean, I do got scars on my face. Let me find those pictures. Well, I can share that later on, where I got marks on my face where I got scratched by I don't know if it was the lechusa or the thing that I encountered. But like I said, we got 20 people right now, so we might beef it up in the second hour. Let me what can I share? Oh, let me share the video that I'm telling you about that owl that I captured looked like those owls how they're standing. Right. Let me find this short reel.
Yeah, man. These people find the Lilith stories very interesting, man.
They're finding it interesting.
The Lilith story, they always find it interesting when we talk about Lilith.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna show when I captured it. So, and I think when I share this, I'm gonna turn on the volume so people can hear what I'm saying because, like I say, I can sense them. I can feel what's around me when something surfaces up. So here we go. Let me share this. So I'm gonna go to the here. Here we go. Here you go, y'all.
Believe. Oh, right here. My hair's already stood up, brothers and sisters. I feel something here. From this area. This is the open space where the thing was hovering. Came from the believe. Oh, right here. My hair's already stood up, brothers and sisters. I feel something here. From this area. This is the open space.
Okay, I'll pause the brothers and sisters. Y'all can see it right here. I'm gonna go, and I'll do the close up one, but I'm gonna. It's right here, and it's looking to the side. It starts turning his head. He turns it right there, and it shows me the eyes, and it's looking at me right there. I'm giving you the original video so you can see how tall it is, how far it is away from me. But even though it's far away, how big it is, it's pretty big. So I'm gonna go now to the short reel that I created of it. Oh, wrong one. Let me stop sharing this and go to the short reel. Let me go find the short reel. All right. Here you go, folks. Here's the short reel. Look at that.
He's right there. Look at those big old eyes.
Look at the big old eye and the big beak, or like cousin Jesse says, the pecker. Look at the legs right here. Kind of like the how the picture is, or the of those owls, how they're standing, you know, in which that's a lechusa, right, primo?
Yep.
Look at that.
Big old eyes, man.
I'll leave that on there for right now. Let me bring cousin Jesse. I can see you, cousin Jesse. The lechusa
Hey,
side
looking.
looking. As you can see,
He's right
it
there.
came out because the sun was going down. So that's when they start surfacing up. As soon as they sense that the sun starts going down, they come out. They come out to play, to go on the hunt.
Man, those pictures of those amulets, man, they're weird,
I'll
man.
show them again.
No, you sent them to me. That's what I was
Oh,
looking at.
okay. I think I accidentally sent them to you, Primo, because I was gonna send them to me. But yeah, they look freaked out. So imagine that's during the day that it's got the eyes white. I wonder what color eyes would it have at nighttime. Most likely red. There you go. Yeah, let's push play so you can see it you're gonna be able to see here in this video where it turns its head. It literally moves the head from one side to the other. Let me go back to the video and push play. Look, it's turning his head there. He turned his head from one side all the way to the other. Look at this.
There it is,
It's
man.
sideways.
Look at those big old eyes.
Look, it's sideways and turns his head
You see that color?
all the way to the right.
Look at the body. Look at the body on that thing, man. It's huge.
Look, it turns his head. Look, everybody. It's turning his head. So we got the proof here in spiritual encrypted encounters, man. We don't just talk about something.
We
show it.
We always got the proof. There is no script in this show. There is nothing made up. Everything is stuff that has been experienced and seen. So we have the proof. We don't own any saber-toothed tigers. We don't own any pterodactyls.
I'm thinking I might create another show reel of a real close-up of it where it just turns its head. But it's hard to do it because look at that. Isn't that crazy?
How you doing, Maria Garcia? Welcome in.
Look at that. I'll stop it in a moment when it turns its head. There you go.
Right there, man. Look at that big thing, man. That's a big old woodsy
Look
owl.
at the size of that the beak.
Yep. The beak. Hope your day was good, Mary. Beatrice was in here a little while ago also, Mary. Look at that thing, man.
I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, that I don't have to go out there at nighttime to capture things because they surface up. They see the light and they come, man, because they're coming to fight spiritually against me. That's why they surface up. In the same area, I see one hovering in the air with his hands open, a dark shadow being. It was off the ground like 10 feet, and he was flying from one side to the other. I tried to capture it, but he was moving too fast. Like he was making fun of me. Like letting me know this is where I live, you know?
Well, pause. No homo. Look at the size of that pecker. Damn it, boy.
All right.
Look at the size of those damn eyes, man. Those eyes are humongous, dude. That dude can see you no matter where you try to go.
So since we got the cocaine dog, man, it had to only affect the powder in the eyes. This one looked like it's coked up with the eyes wide open. He's like, pase? Or he said, oh, we let the people just see. His eyes are wide open, like he's all wide open, right? Like,
welcome, Rich Runner. Welcome in, brother.
Like, welcome to Spiritual Encrypted.
Well, man, those are the eyes that Rich Runner makes when he used to see his ex.
Runner, is that your runner? He said down in the shadow is hung like a Bigfoot. LOL.
Yeah, man, his name is One Hung Low Ding Dong Daddy.
Somebody said, or crystal meth. Sister Monica. All right, let's take it off. I hope you enjoyed the short reel. You can find the short reels on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on YouTube under short reels.
As I call it, the proof bank.
You're welcome to download the short reel, take a close look at it, so you can take a real close look at this, what I call DDN, but They know how to blend in very well with the environment. Just put it that way. They use the environment as camouflage, just like a soldier
I
trained to
know.
use the environment as camouflage to sneak up to the enemy. Right? That's what they do. But they're not wearing BDUs. They're just using their they're in disembodied form, so they know how to blend in very well with the environment.
Yeah, Texas, let me. I know what to say about a man with big feet. They can't find shoes, man.
All right, let's go on to the next, I guess.
Hello, Lawrence. How you doing, man? Welcome in.
Uh-oh.
Duendita, welcome
The
in.
Dondita in the house. I think we were sharing a picture yesterday of Dondita's shoes.
Yep, yep. She missed her. That we found her riding
She missed
shoes. Lizard, lizard,
her lizard combat
lizard
boots.
riding forever.
How you doing, Sister Madeline? Uh, I don't know, whoever's been here for about an hour has been enjoying a good show because we've been talking about Lilith. We're talking about an angel, and I got the angel story to tell you about what happened to me. That I shared
Welcome
forward.
in, X.
But I just showing the picture. Let me, I guess, push play on it so it can move around a little bit. There you go. I'll leave it playing there like that.
Girl, they weren't only your shoes, they were your lizard riding shoes. What's up, Chris Anderson? Welcome in, buddy.
There you go, brothers and sisters. The proof is in the pudding, right there, right.
Did you say pudding?
The proof is right there in the picture.
Look at that thing, cousin. I can't believe that you didn't see that with your naked eye, man. Look at that thing. It's
There
humongous,
was
man.
if you hear the video, what I'm saying is that I'm feeling a lot of things around me, like so when I'm feeling a lot of activity around me, I have to go spiritual ready. So I have to be ready to pray and stuff like that. To tie bind and rebuke. I was looking around me to see if I could see anything. I just couldn't see it directly because there was so many around me. I think there was might have been another one behind me, like closer than that.
There was one right there before
Yeah,
there, right there. You can see it. When you pat back, you can see that right there. It's right there. Right there.
right here. Yeah.
Right there.
Let me share the other one where I think there's one behind me. I'm gonna stop on it so y'all can see what I'm talking about. All right, let me share the screen again one more time. Possibly something there behind me. Yeah,
It's right there.
something here.
Yep, right
Yeah,
there.
something here.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So I was sensing that one that was behind me, and then of course the other one was in front of me. So there was definitely something here behind me. If you can see it, it's right here, and that's the one I was sensing close to me. And then of course this one in the front.
Dick's in here. How you doing, Dick?
I think there's an example right there of how my hairs were standing up.
Welcome, Paula Campbell.
There it is. All right. Stop sharing that.
And I'm way behind on my comments.
Yeah, I need to catch up on the comments. I was.
Finally,
It's
man.
like one of my favorite videos right now, cousin. That one. That was a good capture. No,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Richard saw it. He'll like it too, man. The big picker.
is that true, Richard? Oh my God. We got Chris Anderson. How you doing, brother Chris? Now y'all missed a good hour. Should I share the pictures that we were sharing one more time?
I think they were good pictures, man.
Let me share the pictures with y'all. The jury, because we're talking about Lilith. Uh,
We had
how
amulets.
how the people wear pendants for protection because Lilith was killing their children, right? She was actually vengeance and killing children. So the Mesopotamian people would place pendants on the neck of the children, so Lilith wouldn't kill them, like a form of worship of her, right? Basically. Let me see if I can find it. All right, there we go. Oh,
Here you go. That's one of them. It's not an amulet, but it's a. There it is.
we'll go back a little bit like that so people can see what we're talking about. Those are the pendants that the people wear. Tell them a little bit about that, cousin Jesse.
Those are the pendants that the pregnant mothers would wear around their neck so that Lilith wouldn't eat their unborn children. And they also put those on the necks of children that weren't baptized yet, so that Lilith wouldn't eat them in the crib.
You got that kind of pendant, then you had this kind.
Yeah, both Monicas are in here now, Madeline.
And then we
It's kind of easy.
you can see the claws down here. You have the symbols around its hand. What you said it was called, cousin?
Yeah, people were saying that they were called the Omega symbols.
So those are the pendants that they will, just to give you an example, that people wear around their neck. So Lilith wouldn't kill the children of the pregnant women. There she is right there.
And there's that little thing that we saw in the woods down there too, right, cousin? Beside her on both
This is
sides.
it. This is the thing that I was showing you. So basically what I'm trying to say, if that little thing that we're seeing is like 13 foot tall, imagine how big she is.
Yep, yep.
Imagine how big she is, how Lilith is compared to the thing that I showed you is like around 13 foot tall.
Hey, cousin, why does it look like she's standing on something?
Well, she is.
It look like it might be a snake head. I don't know what that is. She's standing on something.
These little creatures here, man.
Yes, Madeline, she was the original harpy.
Well, she is the mother of all monsters. So she was here before the harpies because man wasn't created then. Am I correct?
Yep, 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 yep.
She was created at the same time, well,
As
as
Adam,
Adam.
from the same clay as Adam, and was given the same breath of life by the Creator.
Look at those beastly feet.
No, Dick Richards. Me, I'm half man, half amazing, brother.
Here's another picture. Somebody carved this one.
That really does look like a griffin, man, on her right side. Yeah,
Yeah, this one looks like a lion, kind of lion-like, and this one looks like a man hyena or werewolf.
yes, Maria. She was Adam's first wife. She was created along with him.
So let's go on to the next one here. From Mesopotamia.
Mm-hmm.
This one is her too. It's just a. I think I got a closer look at it, but that's her. Two of her.
Two different depictions.
Yeah, there we go. The reason you can tell it's her is by the hair or the thing up here. Because in this one, it doesn't show the wings, but it does show like feathers throughout the body. And she's carrying something here in her hand. Looks like another face here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What else we got over here? Oh, same things.
Well, both Monicas agree that they don't believe in Lilith. They believe in Eve. Hey, and that's your belief. You're welcome to it. I'm just saying what been said about her.
Mm-hmm. It's written in the Bible. Tell them what it says about
Yeah,
it, Jesse.
yeah, Monica. That's kind of hard to say that maybe she came later, not his first wife, because she was created out of the same clay that Adam was created out of, and she was given the same breath of life that Adam got from God. So that's why it's not that she can't come later. That's when she left, Adam became sad, and God created Eve out of his rib.
The ones that came later was the harpies, and tell them about that. The harpies came later because the watchers came. You know, Lilith happened before the watchers, and even before the one third fell. That she happened before that because the one third fell and the watchers were looking over mankind. They were already in cahoots or doing things against God. You know, uh, in which the woman that they slept with, they changed form also like Lilith, which some of them turned into harpies and the others became sirens.
Some uh, okay, Monica, Madeline, you still not listening to what I'm trying to say. She cannot come later because she was created out of the same material that Adam was created out of, the clay. All right, have at it, ladies and gentlemen. Have at it. Nick.
Yeah, she changed.
Alrighty then.
Lilith was human, but she went against God, and her punishment for being disobedient was that she
They
turned
never.
into a demon or beastly creature, which is known as the mother of all monsters, because she disobeyed God an angel went to her, tell her to go back to the Garden of Eve, and she didn't. She just went and she turned into a beastly creature, a big lechusa, which is the first one that turned that way.
Oh no, Monica, we don't have to agree or disagree. It's your own belief, sister. It's your own belief. I got nothing to say on what you believe. That's your free will. I'm just saying what I've read and what I've heard. That's all. It's up to you to believe whatever you want to believe. I have no part in that.
So basically, what I'm saying is that when it comes down to lechuzas, which are harpies, right? Lechuzas and sirens, that they're actually sisters, because those were the women that uh, changed form for sleeping with, creating the Nephilim that the Watcher slept with. So they changed form, in which they became one became sirens, and one became harpies. So in actuality, you know, for those who follow the harpies, which are lechuzas, and those or should I say, who worship harpies and who worship sirens, that's a sisterhood for the brujas. That's where it originates from. From
Yes,
the
Madeline.
original bruja is Lilith, but also the ones that slept with men. I mean, with the Watchers. Those are the original brujas. That's where the line of the bruja comes from. It's from there. Believe it or not,
Yes, Madeline.
there's,
In the
there's
book.
women that are near the coastline that worship the sirens because they worship the sirens, and then you got the some brujas on land that worship the lechusa. That's why they're able to manifest that way. So what I'm telling you is, if a witch can manifest into a lechusa, then a witch has a capability to live near the ocean, right? The worship the sirens. They have the capability to transform into a siren. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, Madeline. In the book of Enoch, you find out that the Watchers slept with the women. They got the giants, but you also found out that you find out that the fallen or the Watchers, they sent Enoch to God to intercede for them to see if he would forgive them. And God told Enoch to tell them that because they didn't go ask for forgiveness themselves, then they will not be forgiven. And then he said them what their punishment was going to be and their fates. So yeah, the Book of Enoch is a good book.
Yeah, and Lilith is not a Nephilim. She wasn't created by the Watchers. The Nephilim was created by the Watchers.
Yes, Monica Davis.
So there is other creatures that are out there that are Lilith's children. They live in the woods. Could it be that these other creatures that are out there, like for example, the dog man, the lycanthrope, the goat man, the I mean, we've seen the picture of the owl and other creatures that are out there. Are they the children of Lilith that live in the woods? Because that's where she got casted to, was to go into the woods. And I haven't seen any pictures of how Lilith's children look. Is Lilith's children what we call the succubus and the incubus? They live, the dark shadow beings. Are they Lilith's children? Okay, I'm trying to catch up to the comments. I'm way behind. But
I barely caught up to the comments.
okay. Okay, let me catch up.
Let me tell you how the werewolves tie in with the Watchers and the Harpies. The werewolves were created by the Watchers through gene splicing, man. That's a theory that I've heard that that's how it happened. That the Watchers created all forms of hybrids by matching them up with human DNA. Exuberance, do you know what happened to Enoch? He was taken up with his original body and became the angel metronome, who is the one that's over all the angels.
Yeah.
They are sexual, not sexual, spiritual vampires. Monica Davies.
And the
Hi, Premier Evie.
the the washers. We showed the watchers here. As the watchers Anunnaki, Dapakulu. They were angels that had the ability to shapeshift. Some of them have the face of an eagle. Some of them had that look like a fish, and then there's one that looks like a human being, but they have the ability to shapeshift. Right? That's what the DDN do. They have that ability because of the creators, which were the DDN, right, or the Watchers. They have those capabilities to shapeshift.
They already, they already did that, Madeline. They have the body of Apollo that they're trying to bring back. Hi, Andres. Hello, August Bradshaw.
I know. Let me find the thing so you don't get confused. Since we're talking about the Watchers, let me go to the thing here that I got of the little statues we were talking about last time when it came down. Talking about the Watchers that I think I shared so you can know what they are. Some people know them through Greek mythology as the demigods. Like,
They defiled everything, learning. That's why the flood came, because they defiled everything.
yes. Let me let me see if I can find them, primo. Okay, I think I found them. I know we're talking about winged things. I guess we can name them too because there were beings that were winged because they were part there were angels at one point in time and then became uh the Watchers. Here we go. Winged beings. Uh Trying to get to the parts. Where is it at?
You made me chuckle inside every time you say that. You say them in Spanish. Apaculo.
The Watchers.
Oh man.
I'm trying to get to the ones that I wanted to share, but it took me here. Maybe they're this ways. No.
There could be, Mr. Anderson. There could be Bigfoot and Neanderthal could have been hybrids. It just sounds funny, Madeline. Be careful going down the stairs, Monica.
See, there's one. He had wings. The Watchers of Bakulu. Those are the the fallen, the demigods. There wasn't gods; they were just called demigods. But they're the angels that were watching over mankind. They went against God, and they're chained up right now.
Welcome beyond the box.
Okay, let me get out of there. No, everybody probably tripping out with what we're talking about. I mean, I got the proof, that of their existence, that they're still around us. That's why I showed the video, so people could because you can read a book and just you can read a book, whatever book you're going to read, the Bible, the Book of Enoch, or the Book of Giants. You can read a book, or somebody can create a book to what they know or what they gained. But you see, here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, I bring the proof, right? The real evidence. And I shared the video, and I'll share it one more time with y'all. Because anybody can write a book, anybody can make up something. But when you capture it and you see the evidence that it does exist and it's amongst us, the evidence is there. And I'll share it with you. I'm going to share 2 videos with you right now before we continue.
Yes,
Because
Augustus.
there's no confusion here, especially when you have evidence and you have proof of their existence. And these things here, they're not created by scientists or any theory that anybody want to say that the government is creating. No, these things have been created a long time ago. They're amongst us in disembodied form. That's why I call them disembodied demonic Nephilim, because that's what they are.
That's why I'm rubbing my hand, Monica. Both of my hands are hurting from the arthritis. Oh my kung fu grip.
This comments are going. The world went by fast. I'm like way behind y'all, man. There we go. People can look at books. They can look at hieroglyphic, whatever they want to look at. But when you have evidence and you show the evidence, current evidence of their existence, that they're in disembodied form and they're amongst us, kind of like the videos that I got here, you can't disprove that because it's real evidence. It's not a person in a costume. It's real freaking evidence,
Yeah, that would be DDN, Dick Richards, not DDM.
So let me go to it again. For those that didn't witness it, let me show it off again. The two videos I got of my evidence of the thing, how I captured the evidence. Here we go. Share one more time so y'all can see it. Right here, I'll even open the volume for y'all. Let me go back to the beginning. Here we go.
I feel something here. From this area. This is the open space where the thing was hovering. Came from the right here.
That's
My
what I
hair's already
thought,
stood up,
man.
brothers and sisters. I feel something here.
So let's go to the other one. There we go.
There he is.
There's the evidence.
Pause, no homo. Look at the size of that pecker.
There's the evidence, y'all. It moves his head. It literally moves his head from one side to the other. See right there is looking this direction. and he's going to turn his head. There it is. He's turned his head.
Look at the size of those peepers.
Look at that.
That's some big old eyes, man.
Hell yeah. Look at the size of that pecker. Look at the beak. There you go. Let me go back to you.
There you go. It's all right. There you go.
Oh yeah, man. That's what my job was in the military. You know, sometimes we do recons as an advance party to see what's in front of us. You know, we go an advance party to go to be like looking to see if there was any enemy and stuff like that. So we would locate an enemy or enemy campground. We will call back and let them know what we're seeing, how many troops there is, what a description of tanks or vehicles that they have. You know, that was their job. So when I go and investigate, I'm doing the same thing. I'm capturing the evidence of what I'm capturing out there, and I'm placing it here of what I'm seeing, so that people could understand. I'm showing y'all of the things that are out there. They're amongst us.
I'm not really worried about that, Jaime. I've been dealing with this my whole life as well, man. So the fact that you're telling me that I'm gonna get it, yeah, I ain't worried about that too much, man. I've been getting it for years.
Who's that?
Jaime told me that he says, Jesse, the demons there don't play, as you know. Ghostbusters, Wiccans, self-declared wizards mess around. There, you gonna
They,
get
they
it.
ain't gonna do shit. I'm
Nope.
on these. As a matter of fact, they try to come up against somebody that plays Jesus Christ first. They get 7 times fold, and I've seen many of them get it. I'm just being honest with you, man. I'm not going to bullshit you. That goes to anybody that believes in the fallen or believes in Lucifer. You know, they're below us. We have the opportunity to make it into the kingdom of heaven. They don't. So
Dick Richards wants to know how many tanks you killed.
who's that?
Dick Richards wants to know how many tanks did you get, Abe? How many tank kills did you get?
We're not talking about tanks right now, but I did get a lot of tank kills. I was in the battle of Medina Ridge. It was the biggest tank battle in history, or in the battle out there. I was in the biggest tank battle. We killed a lot of the Medina Republican Guard that were affiliated with Saddam Hussein. We destroyed them all. His elite Republican Guard, just put it that way. And they had more tanks than we did. So yeah, we got a lot of kills. That was a lot
Hello,
of body bags,
Sylvester.
a lot of bad. It was a body bag detail, and I wasn't involved in it. I didn't want to deal with that, with the body bag detail. So yeah, you got to have confirmed kills, right? You know, we had all the. I got videos. I got pictures where all the tanks are burning in front of me. Uh, I just the only thing I didn't do is take pictures of the dead bodies. They were everywhere, right? Because we're
It's
not
not.
supposed to. We're not supposed to make fun of the enemy, right? Or celebrate over killing somebody. The photos. Some people try to give me some photos. I threw them in the trash. I didn't want to deal with them. You know, yeah, there was a lot of dead people out there. Not just confirmed kills on tanks. We had a lot of dead bodies. You know, everywhere.
I'm not cured, Jaime, of that. I just don't give it any power, and I don't accept any negativity, brother.
Yeah, for whoever, are looking for answers, and you trying to give things power like the Oninaki and all that, you really screwing yourself over, because we're higher than that. We have the opportunity to make it into the kingdom of heaven. All those things that went against God, they're
You cast out.
they're fallen. They're all fallen. They'll never make it into the kingdom of heaven. We can. They can't. That's what that is about. Is a spiritual warfare. Uh, in the unseen, it just depends what you believe in. Basically, what you believe in. I believe I have the opportunity to make it into to the kingdom of heaven, and I make these videos. I'll talk about it here with no fear because Jesus Christ is with me. Then, of course, you got some other people that do not want to believe in Jesus Christ, right? So the perpetrators, they don't believe in Jesus Christ, but they want to believe in the things that already got destroyed or they got bonded by the Heavenly Father. They don't want to believe in that because they were amongst us at one point in time. They have some kind of power. Uh, we're the ones that truly have the power if we're awakened spiritually, because we are created. We are chosen one, enlightened ones, and we're created under God's image. So we have the opportunity to make it into the kingdom of heaven. So don't let things that people are digging up or things that people are finding from the past. They're in the past for a reason. Those kingdoms got destroyed for a reason. If they were strong, then those kingdoms will still be here. They got destroyed by the Heavenly Father. Includes the disembodied demonic Nephilim, the Nephilim, right? They got destroyed. All right, here we go.
Yeah, you still way down there, cousin.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up, man. Uh, what's weird about this is that my chat is not moving as it's not moving up, so I'm able to see the comments. It's not moving at all. To make things worse, social media, things that the people are playing in place to go against the Heavenly Father, saying it's okay to be a certain way. No, it's not okay to be a certain way, because they're setting you up for failure. They're no different. If they're telling you that the sins are good and that the wrongs are good, they're setting up for failure. Uh, they really are. I'm trying to get you all awakened by showing these pictures. Uh, I'm just being obedient, doing my works. You know, spiritual warfare I've been fighting all my life. So you could say it's not a personal thing with me. It's my calling. I've been fighting spiritually all my life since I was a kid. And I'm still here. Yeah, you got many things of deception. You got a Ouija boards, the freaking tarot card. You got psychic mediums, all these people that claim to do certain things. But if you're not doing it through Jesus Christ, if you're doing things because you have to read some cards and a Ouija board, that's not of the Heavenly Father. So what they're telling you, I want to be honest with you, is completely bullshit. And the reason I say that is because they're being lied by who they're getting the message from, which is what they're worshiping. They're not going to tell them the truth. No, it's a win-win situation for them. They're good. If somebody says, "Okay, I can transform myself into a fairy," they're gonna make them believe that, just to continue with the deal that they made, just to collect the soul. There's been many witches. Listen to me when I'm saying this, because I've seen it. There's been many witches that were doing wicked things, and when it came down when the devil was trying to collect their soul, they wanted a way out. Which God is a forgiving God; He can make things happen. But there was one witch that I remember. Brujas. We'll say this here because bruja, they can manifest to turn into lechusa. There was a bruja that I heard of because my parents were in a prayer group. They're saying that the Satan or the devil was at her property trying to collect her soul. So they called the prayer group from the Catholic Church to go over there. I snuck in the vehicle. I was hiding. My parents got there. My mom seen me moving in the back seat, and she told me, "What are you doing here? You better stay in the vehicle." So they went up there. I was like a block away, and I got out the vehicle because I could hear them all praying, and I started moving from one vehicle to another until I got very close to the street, and I could see the fence and the house. It was a white house, and all the people from the prayer group were holding hands, and they were praying against something. So I got near the fence. When I got near the fence, I couldn't hear nothing saying nothing. But when I went in, opened the fence and stepped my foot in the property, then I heard a loud voice saying to them, "Whose soul belongs to me?" And it's saying it was Satan. So what I seen was a giant snake wrapped around a tree with red eyes speaking to them. The snake seen me and I seen it, and it vanished. It disappeared. So I was able to make it back to my vehicle to get away from that property. But spiritual warfare, basically what I'm saying to you, that there was a bubble, that the people that were praying against what they were seeing or witnessing, it was happening in front of them, that I wasn't in the range to be able to see it. But once I stepped in the property where this witch lived, I was able to see what she was being afflicted by, which was a giant snake with red eyes that said claimed to be Satan, that her soul belonged to it. Well, she lived another 2 weeks, but then passed away on the 2 weeks later. Spiritual warfare is very real. Yeah, I don't see no moves, man. I'm just telling you the facts. Jaime. Spiritual warfare is very real. It's been happening. It's been happening. It just, Sister Monica, some people are bonded. They're not able to see that the war is here amongst us because they're too busy drinking, too busy partying, too busy doing drugs, or too busy being controlled by other things, right? They're not able to see spiritually. I've been seeing the spiritual warfare since I was born in 1969 on up. I've been seeing the balance. So this spiritual warfare has been here. It just not everybody is able to see this. Whatever the reason is that they wasn't capable of seeing it, it's got to be some form of blockage or bondage that's causing them for not to see that the spiritual warfare is here amongst us. But we're not alone because Jesus Christ is with us. Okay, here we go. And I'll give you a story. I'll give you a story of a spiritual battle that I went through. I was in 7th grade, coming off of practice. In the Rio Grande Valley, it's real hot. There was this store, cousin Jesse knows this store, Watson's. Watson's had a water fountain in the back that was nice cold water. I was very thirsty. I went to the back of Watson's was a pharmacy, so I drank some of the cold water there, and I was cutting through the store to go out the front door. As I was cutting through the store, this lady got in my way. I didn't know who the lady was. She was an old lady, had white hair, looked old, and she told me my name. If I'm, and she said my name, and I said yes, ma'am, because I was taught to be respectful to my elders. Then I said, and then she said, "Is your parents so and so?" And she said my parents' names. I said, "Yes, ma'am." Then she pulled out this amulet. It had bones and chicken feet and all kinds of stuff on it. And she starts chanting something to me in a different language. It's not Spanish or English. So that was a spiritual battle that I was involved in, right? Where she's got this amulet with bones and feathers and chicken feet and all kinds of things on this pendant, and it's black feathers, and she's going like this, wishing a maldad on me, right? So I'm looking at her, and I start saying the Our Father. I start saying the Our Father, and I call upon the Heavenly Father to assist me spiritually, right? As I was praying for this, you could see her have fear in her face, fear on her face. Through my parallel vision, since we're talking about winged creatures, angels. There was like many angels behind me. On both sides, I could see the angels standing behind me with the golden aura around them. She got so scared that there were that many angels with me. She dropped her amulet, her witchcraft and necromancy, shattered all over the ground, and she took off running. She fled, right? That was no different. She fled just like the thing she worships or what they believe in. Like they flee when you type out and rebuke him in Jesus Christ's name. She fled. So you could say there was a victory for me underneath my belt, a spiritual victory, that whatever she was cast upon me or tried to cast upon me, it backfired on her because I did not accept it. But yeah, spiritual warfare has been here. For those say that there's no spiritual warfare, come on. It's been happening for a very long time. You know what I'm talking about, cuz? Brujeria.
Yep, yep.
That's sorcery. That's been here for a long time.
And Monica, was it Monica? Hold on. Sailor Nemesis. No, God doesn't make mistakes, but He gave her free will, and she chose to leave the Garden of Eden.
Well, Sister Sailor Nemesis, before humans were created, there was other things that God created. He created the elementals. He was making. There was some that they look human like. The elementals. Some were created out of mud. Some were created out of fire. Some were created out of air, out of smoke, uh, shadow like. Yeah, he created the elementals. The elementals were created before human were created. That's why you see the elementals around, because they were created by God also, the elementals. I believe one of them, they said they were created out of like clay or mud, right? Like sludge, something like that. They're different. Uh, he's trying to create the perfect human, right? That was under his image. There we go. That's right.
Amen. Me back.
Wow, 43 viewers. How's everybody doing? I hope y'all enjoying the show, brother and sisters. Y'all got brother ATS going on over here. That's a lot. I met that woman one time. I remember how she looked, but I never seen her again. I never ran into her ever again. I believe that whatever she was trying to wish upon me, it backfired, and it was 7 times fold with her to her because she might have wished death upon me, and I believe she passed away. Whatever she was trying to do to me, it backfired because I didn't accept the negativity. The spiritual warfare, man. I've seeing it all my life. For those that know who I am, that I've shared my stories. But tonight we're talking about winged beings and lechuzas, and I hadn't even gone all the way through what I wanted to talk about. We just been stuck on the Lilith thing right now. Yes. Imagine the angels that wanted to fail. There were angels at one point in time. Once they fail, that's it. They will never make it back into the kingdom of heaven, right? Because it went against the Heavenly Father, and whatever the rules and regulations are up in the heavens, so went against that. Oh yeah, it's within us to type and rebuke in Jesus Christ. And I had numerous spiritual battles. I just don't talk about them. The reason I don't talk too much about a lot of them is because people has lost their lives, right? And me, I care about all life, dealing with the balance, because there's people that think that what they're being taught or what they know is power. It's not really power. They're just being deceived by the unseen enemy, especially the people that promise things, uh, they're being deceived. I've seen a lot of members of my family being deceived, but the other side of the balance, just put it that way. But I am who I am because I choose the path that I'm on. No matter of who before me might have been on the wrong path, I choose to be with Jesus Christ, and that's my personal decision. And that's what it normally is. It's a personal decision of how somebody wants to be. I'm just here as a messenger, telling you the truth. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to tell you how it is.
We're gonna give it to you with no chaser.
Yeah. I'm just going to tell you the truth. And I believe we've all lost a family member to the balance. Every single one of us have lost because of spiritual warfare. It's a constant battle. And we've all lost. I know I've lost members in my family to the balance. One very recently, 3 weeks ago, to the balance. And I'm more than sure that some of y'all lost either family or even friends to the balance. For those that were bonded at one point in time, maybe on drugs or alcohol, that you lost people that you know through the balance. Some have OD'd, some have taken their lives, or some have gotten murdered for being on the road. I know cousin Jesse knows people like that because he knows that path. It's a very dangerous path. And who wins when people lose their lives? Who's winning?
Satan.
Who's winning? It's not the enemy's winning, right? Because they're getting what they want.
Yep.
People are giving up their own free will, substance abuse, drinking. The opening is there. The unseen comes, puts stuff in their head, and next thing you know, they make a decision, and they're not here no more. Yeah, spiritual warfare is very real, brothers and sisters. All I'm doing is trying to awaken my brothers and sisters to prepare themselves, not just themselves, but the children. If we don't teach our children about the spiritual warfare, who's going to teach them? The schools that they go to are going to teach them? The elementaries and high schools? Hell no. They're not going to teach them that. They don't want to acknowledge the Our Father. They don't even want to acknowledge Jesus Christ, right? Do you think social media is going to prepare your children for the spiritual warfare? They're not. They like to fearmonger. We see that all the time, right? Do you think the politics is gonna prepare you for spiritual warfare? I mean, golly, look what happened with the fake COVID. A lot of people got murdered. Why? Because they were running in fear. They didn't see the enemy right beside them, dressed in white, and nurses' outfits and doctors' outfits. That they were their enemy, and they took them out. I'm not gonna sugarcoat anything. That's basically what happened. People going to the hospitals, they got taken out. That's the truth. How many people do you know took those shots and they're very sick right now? And I knew a lot of them that passed away from those shots, that they died. And I know some that are very sick right now because of those shots. They altered their DNA, got rid of the white cells that cure sicknesses. They went from 100% to probably like 30% of the white cells to work, and it's not enough to fight the sicknesses that are around us. So a lot of people are very sick. Like I said, many people still die until this day. All right, I'm gonna let cousin Jesse speak to y'all for a little bit.
No, man.
Yeah.
What? Be quiet.
I can hear him. I can hear the dogs. Primo. But sorry about brothers and sisters. I just get into it, brothers and sisters, because like I said, I've seen a lot of people come and go from this world. And to me, every life is precious. Doesn't matter what side of the balance you are. Just people need to be aware of what's really going on. You know, if it's never too late to ask God for forgiveness and repent for your sins. That goes for anybody, whether you're on the good side of the balance or on the wrong side of the balance. You can free yourself from the bondage. It's never too late. You just got to ask God for forgiveness and repent for your sins. Okay, there you go. I'll let you answer some of those questions, cousin, or if anybody got any questions.
Do the best I can.
Oh yeah, I was upset because I already knew what they were doing, brothers and sisters. That's basically like putting you on, telling you got a curfew, which they did. Don't be out at this certain times. Or you can't be in the hospital this way. You got to be this way because they were up to no good.
Hey, man, I got 2 of those shots, man, and I didn't have any medical issues till after I got those 2 shots. Now I got my carotid artery 40% clogged, man. I never had that problem before, man. And I heard, I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard that the government is trying to get a patent for all the people that took the shots to be rounded up and used as guinea pigs because we are legally no longer human when we belong to the state. They haven't been able to do that because the court system keeps telling them that it's unconstitutional to own humans.
And who was doing that? It was
The
the
government.
people that were under Joe Biden, right?
Yep. So yeah, they were trying to get us to be like cattle.
Uh,
I only got two of those things, man. I never got another one. I feel bad for my mama here because she's gotten six of those things.
There you go. I'll give you the platform, cousin. Can you read the comments?
Yeah, I can read the comments, man. Hopefully they keep sliding in. Um, I'll be honest, man. My little sister and her husband, they took all those shots, and my little sister died uh from complications, and her husband died a couple of weeks after she did. Yeah, I believe that August that Joe Biden didn't even know he was president. Oh, and I got sick, man. I did catch COVID. I had it for about a week. Thank you, Runner. Thank you, Madeline. Yeah, Jaime. I also heard that most of those vaccines had essence of demons in there, so that it changed our DNA. That's cool. I wish mine would have been positive, fake positive learning. Yeah, I've only gotten it once, Monica. But like I said, I only took two of the shots, the first two, and that was it. I never went back and got any more. I figured if I'm going to get it and it's going to kill me, so be it. When it's your time, no matter how fast you run, you cannot run your time. Yep, yep. Had a lot of different stuff in there. That's why they watched you for 15 minutes to see if it was going to kill you or not. You would get the shots and make you sit in a room for 15 minutes and just watch you to see who's going to die or something. Yes, Andres, I believe that.
And just like that, no more dire wolves.
Yep.
Tell you, man, you can believe everything you're hearing on social media, man.
Your sister's gotten COVID 4 times, Monica Davias? Wow, that's messed up. I've only got it once.
I believe there was what was happening was spiritual attacks by the DDN. I mean, my opinion, the DDN were attacking people that were afraid because fear is a spiritual opening. A lot of people got attacked in that way, in which the fear took them to taking out the shot, doing the shots. They forgot to go into prayer. They forgot to call upon Jesus Christ to assist them spiritually. You know, that's what we're supposed to do, right? Uh, they trusted in man, and look what happened. Look what happened to all the old folks. They were in those homes, nursing homes. So the ones that were running loose during the time that the media, our nation, or it was around the world, it was a worldwide hit, right? The people were living under fear. They got spiritually attacked. If you look at the symptoms and things that happen to people, those are spiritually attacks by the DDN. They were being targeted spiritually, and some got destroyed. Got the so how should I say? May God uh, find peace for their souls to rest good. You know, spiritual warfare.
Yeah, also, they've been putting things on the cell phone towers, and they've been putting up these purple lights that when they give the order 66, you're gonna turn everything on, and it's gonna those that have the had all the shots, they're gonna turn into some kind of monster and start killing. Hello, Josh Turner. How you doing, man? Welcome in.
Brother Just
You said you said whoop, and he appeared. Yeah, that's what I heard, man. That they're putting these things on the cell phone tower that they're gonna activate to release a sonic noise that's supposed to turn people into zombies, and those purple lights are supposed to do something to your DNA when you walk under them.
the that's called. I know the government has been running tests like that for warfare. They use some of that on us when we're in combat through the satellites, sending a signal where I've seen some of my friends act differently, like those in themselves. Uh, they and the signal stayed locked on after the war, and there was people wasn't acting themselves, but you know, at the same time, without giving that kind of things power. That's what demons do. If they find an opening of fear, anger, hatred, they're going to use that to attack. In which the person is not going to act like themselves because the vessel is being infiltrated, like in the form of a possession. So yeah, they're not going to act like your friend. They're going to act different. That's where I did a lot of praying in the front lines, in the Battle of Medina Ridge, tie binding, rebuking, all kinds of things. Because I would see the demeanor change of the people around me. People had this certain look in them. But yeah, spiritual warfare, you know, in war, a lot of people get infiltrated. There's so many stories from the front lines of many wars where people witnessed a lot of things. You know, some people witnessed the Nosferatu. In my case, I witnessed the the DDN and the possible lycanthropes because of the animals that were out there at nighttime. They sounded like dogs, but there were some that sounded different than the dogs. There were their growl was, I should say, more ferocious than a dog, real loud, which was a sound that wasn't like a dog sound. Of course, in the desert, because of the burning oil wells and the burning tanks that were burning, you couldn't see in front of your hands. You had to use night vision. In our case, we only had one night vision for we have 4 men in on a tank. We only had one night vision, so we had to take turns to look with the night vision. So you had to rely on your senses. So imagine that you're out there and it's pitch dark, you can see anything like this, but you're hearing all this activity around you, growlings, very ferocious growlings, and the growlings are not coming from the ground. The growlings were coming from above, like it was something that was very tall because the growl was coming from above, not from the ground. And the only thing I could do is go into prayer because something was growling from on top of me. I could hear the growl on top of me. There's no way the dog is going to be on top of me. The dogs are on the ground. So something was growling very loud from on top, like it's pretty tall. So I had to go into prayer. And of course, I was ready just in case something tried to grab me. I had my weapon. I had uh, knives and all, just in case something tried to like snag me. But at the same time, I kept on praying. And every time I heard something, sometimes it sounded like it was a lion, like a growl of a lion coming from above me, like real tall. Like it said that this DDN demons, they have these abilities, right, to sound like different things. That's what they mimic, they manifest. The gen no different. But yes, a lot of things like that were happening out there in the front lines. So somebody asked me earlier how many confirmed kills that I had, that our tank had. We had a lot of confirmed kills being in the front line. We killed a lot of T-70, a lot of Medina Republican Guard. We went through 3 front lines. Our front line went through 3 front lines. So yes, we had a lot of confirmed kills. What the main gun rounds didn't kill, or the coax didn't kill, the tank killed. Those people were coming out of underneath underground bunkers, got run over by the tank. A lot of confirmed kills. Some will jump in front of the tank coming out of the ground, and as soon as they jump, 65 tons will hit them. That was it. That's another confirmed kill. I just don't talk about it too much. Body part being found in the track of the tank. Yeah, a lot of confirmed tank kills. We had a lot of confirmed kills of people. But then you had the DDN having confirmed kills out there too, hovering in the air, pretending to be smoke, but it was a smoke. It was a DDN. I witnessed DDN, or that what they call them over there, the degen, hovering in the air. Smoke is rising, but the degen is standing still. And I seen it jump into a person that had a white flag giving up, and as he got the white flag, he drops a white flag, and then picks up a weapon. When he picks up the weapon, he's taken out, and it's the gen jumps from one person to the other and to the other, and every person that it jumps into, it makes them drop the white flag and pick up a weapon, and they all get killed. So yes, the gen had a lot of confirmed kills also too. Spiritual warfare is very real. I mean, these guys had a white flag, which means that they're giving up, right? They're giving up, and they want to be taken as prisoners of war, POWs. The DGN wasn't having that. He wanted to collect souls. Oh, I'm way behind again, cousin. We got brother. Oh man, I'm way behind. There's Wolf.
I think Wolf already left. He came in and been in for a while, man. He may not even be
Got
here
a
anymore.
ninja.
He did a ninja special.
If it's him and Wolf, I think it is Wolf. I mean,
Yeah, it looked like
with
Wolf.
fake profiles, but no, that's Wolf. Yeah, I can tell you about a lot of things at the front lines. It's just sometimes people don't want to hear it. because I think that all veterans that are out there in combat in the combat environment, I'm a combat veteran, not just a veteran that served, that never seen. I'm a combat veteran. Now, I've seen a lot of things. Uh, I'm still here, so I overcame whatever was placed in front of me, the enemy. But you see, that was in my first war. My first war,
Josh says
my
something.
first war started when I was a kid, fighting spiritually against the unseen in Reynosa, Tamaulipas,
No,
Mexico.
Josh is still here, Madeline. He just chilling.
Oh, he's still here.
Yeah, he's still
And
here.
we got off topic big time off the off the winged lechusa. So
Mhm.
we might have to
Yeah.
do a part two. Do you got enough juice?
Uh, I got some, man, but not a lot. I got 20%.
We got 43 viewers in here. I hope everyone's
Yeah, I
enjoying
don't,
the show.
I got, I can always pick up my phone if I need to, man.
That's fine. Oh man, sorry man, but I remember everything. That's one thing about me, that I got a good memory. And when I was out there in combat, even though a lot of people fear comes upon them because they don't know if they're going to live or die, I knew that through Jesus Christ, that whatever was placed in front of me, I was going to be able to overcome. So I knew this. The fear is a spiritual opening. So I didn't fear, because Jesus Christ was with me. But at the same time, I was able to see the things that were happening around me, that I would hear and what I would see, spiritually. So, do you know anything you experienced? Anything? I know you spoke about the lechusa one. Uh, it's the one creature, lechusa. We call lechusa. Some people might know them as harpies. Uh, let's go back a
Banshee.
little bit back to the topic of other winged creatures that I've seen. I mean, we could do another part two, a part two if you like, but we have a pretty good viewers right now. I know you got church, so
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm gonna do.
No, tomorrow's Saturday. Mañana es sábado, primo.
Yeah, yeah. I know my wife's birthday is on Monday, but I want to do something with her. Celebrate. I'm trying to catch. I think I went too forward, too far back. I don't know. I don't even know where the hell I'm at. Okay, there we go. I caught up. Yeah. So when we're talking about winged creatures, uh, I know that I have my friend that's making the movie of the pájaro, where people were viewing. This happened like in 1975, 76. I was how old I was in, like 6 or 7. I'll share that story with you. So we're talking about winged creatures. Uh, it was There was a bad storm coming from the Gulf of Mexico down in the Rio Grande Valley in the small town of Raymondville, Texas, where I was raised and born. And we had some friends that lived out in the ranch location. What was the name of the location, cousin? De Sol?
Wow. I can't remember,
No,
bro. I thought it
La de
was.
Sol, La Sal del Sol,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. No, oh, La Mina del Sal del
Yeah,
Rey.
La Mina del Sal del Rey. Well, that vicinity, uh, my friends lived right across that area from the Minas del Sal del Rey, which is there was a rest area and a dirt road. We decided to go. They told us to go up towards them, so we could stay away from the bad storm that was coming through. So we went out there to the ranch, and it was nighttime. We were driving. As we were driving, We had the high beams on. You know, the high beams back in the day were pretty strong. The old high beams. Uh, so we're driving down the road. There was water going from one side of the swamp to the other side of the swamp. But in the middle of the swamp, of the road, you could see a big old fish just flapping. And I'm like, man, how did the fish wind up in the middle of the road and just flapping there? You know, there was water. And I got all excited because seeing the big fish in the middle of the road. I told my dad, I'm going to go catch it. And like that, we can have a fish fry, you know. So I got out the vehicle. It was raining pretty hard. It ran, and I grabbed the fish. So we wouldn't go to the other side, right? I grabbed the fish, and my dad went out there. He had like a little flashlight with him, and we're looking at the fish. And I was like, oh yeah, that's a big one. And when we're looking at it from the left side of the swamp, I hear this loud screech, like a loud sound that it hurt the Raymondville terror, that it hurt my ears, right? Like it made this. I heard a screeching sound of some sort, but it was very, very loud that it hurt my ears. When I looked to the left, there was a tree stump in the middle of the swamp, and I seen it. It was there. It had its claws hanging like that because it was like kind of like squatting on the tree trunk. You could see the wings, which were to me, I said bat-like, but I'll just tell you more as in demon-like, because the texture of the wings and the color of the body was pitch black or midnight black. It was when it was looking at us, and I was looking at it, and it opened its mouth and made the screech, and I could see all its sharp teeth. He had sharp teeth. It did not have a beak. It had sharp teeth, and it was showing the teeth. The head was round, kind of like a human, but a little bit more longer. I don't know. Well, I was just a kid, and he had red eyes. The red eyes stood out to me. You know, when people talk about the Nosferatu, you know, red eyes. Well, this was a creature with look like I'm not gonna say like a gargoyle, but you could put a gargoyle in it. But it had red eyes. I could see the whiteness of the sharp teeth and the claws, you know, and it was mad because I grabbed the fish. So it's looking at me and it's going like this, like it wants to attack, you know. So as I grab the fish and I start running away with the fish, taking it back to the station wagon, and my dad was running too, back to the station wagon. I could hear my mom yelling, "Súbense, súbense," you know, because she seen it. When we ran, it went up in the air. I mean, it didn't flap his wings or anything like that. It opened his wings and it took off like super fast, like it had super speed. It didn't flap no wings. It just had that agility to glide, like a glider of some sort, you know. But it took off real fast. As we got in the vehicle, we still had to cross the road where the water was flowing. It was very muddy. We were crossing the road, and we're looking. So where did it go? Where did it go? We crossed the road where the water was over. We got back on the dirt road going to the ranch. As we're going towards the ranch, it came from on top, and you could hear on top of the station wagon, where it clawed the top of the station wagon, and it took off flying back in the air. And we're driving. Next thing you know, it pulls up next to us, and it's looking at me like that, and it's showing the teeth. It's got the red eyes. The body is as long as a station wagon, right? He starts hitting the station wagon, and we're sliding like he's trying to knock us into a ditch. So it's hitting us, and we're sliding on the mud. And my dad, and he keeps on hitting the side of the station wagon till we finally made it to the entrance, and we turned. You know, we skidded in the mud, and then we turned into the ranch. Like I said, it was a bad storm. We drive through the mud to the ranch, and we're just looking. The only thing we can do is look through the windows because we don't know where it's going to come from, you know. So when we get there, we're looking in the sky, and you see it flying in the distance, like it's pissed off, and it's up there at the entrance of the ranch. You can see because it's big, and we tell the people there, our friends, Chuy and Matilde, we tell them what happened, and Chuy starts laughing, and this is what he said. Uh, he said, "I figure by all the times that you've been coming up here visiting us, that you would have already encountered the demon of the area." That's what he called it, the demon of the area. So the story that he had to that was that there was a witch that opened up a portal, and she summoned this demon, right? And right after she called this demon, that she passed away. But the demon, that swamp area was where he resided. Uh, so that's the story he gave us. We stayed there all weekend. We were scared still, from what happened. It literally attacked our vehicle. Was trying to get us. That we waited till Sunday. We stayed there on a Friday till Sunday. When Sunday came along, uh, let me catch up to the comments before I continue, because I could keep. I think I'm way behind already just by talking about this, man.
I was thinking the exact same thing, Sailor. That station where I went through some serious stuff, man. It was always getting dive bombed. No wonder you became a tanker. You was in that blue tank.
I'm gonna try to catch up to the comments. I don't know if I'm. Let's try to catch up before I continue.
Please hit the like button, people.
Yeah, I'll
Thank
continue
you.
in a moment. Let me catch up to this. All these comments that are here. And I was a real little skinny kid, you know. The whatever it was probably said, "Oh shit, I don't know why I'm way behind. I went too far back." Because I see the comments of Brother Just Runner of the Rainbow Terror. I know there's this chat is working weird. It's like it's not moving upward. That's the thing about it. It's not moving upward.
Madly.
Okay,
Mm-mm.
I'm almost caught up here. Yeah, the station wagon was a Ford station wagon. You know those brown ones from back in the day. They had like a I don't know what it was, like a brown thing on the side.
Yeah, they had the brown paneling
Yeah,
on the
like
side.
brown,
Was it a Vista
that one.
Cruiser?
And the paneling up on top was like soft. Well, all there was ripped, man, because it ripped it. The some of the paneling that on top of the roofs was a certain way. I can't remember. It has some kind of paneling that it scratched the crap out of it. I'm thinking it was either no, it wasn't that one, because we had two station wagon. It was the other station wagon. It was an OD green station wagon from like 1960 something. Those that ugly that they will
Wow.
make. It was made all out of metal. It was that station wagon that got ripped up, that got messed up, scratched. Uh, so we waited for Sunday. We left during the day just in case, right? Because we didn't want to see whatever was there. It had stopped raining. We got in the vehicle. We went back down the same path that we traveled in there, and we started going on the highway. What's the name of the highway, cousin, that goes to Raymondville, from Raymondville to San Manuel?
Ain't that the Guadalupe?
No, but what's the number of the highway?
Oh man, I can't even remember, Primo. It's been years,
I
man.
can't remember either. Well, we was heading on back, and it was flooded. It was water everywhere. The the woods to the left There was a lot of like swamp, right? So as we were driving, I could see that that I should have, the creature or whatever or demon flying from tree to tree, following us. And I was telling my parents, I see it is following us because it was following us from a distance. And my parents were telling me it's just in your imagination. You're just scared of what you witnessed. You know, you're just seeing this. And I was telling, no, it's following us. It's following us. And it followed us all the way to Raymondville, Texas, which from that location, how far would it be from the soul, the
That's a good 45 minutes,
yeah, but yeah,
primo. That's almost a little drive.
like a good 45 minutes. It followed us to Raymondville, right? And I get to the house and it's flooded because it floods over there when it rains real hard, and I'm like 3 feet in water, walking in the backyard, and it's all flooded. There's water everywhere, and as I'm in the backyard, I see something moving at a high velocity of speed. This dark figure flying, and it ramps inside into the attic, the opening where the vent is for the heat to come out. It broke that and went into the attic. I seen it. I recognized the it was moving real fast that it broke it, right? So I recognized that it was the same thing that was following us, which was the same thing I seen the night before, on Friday. So I went inside, told my dad. My dad was laying down, he was taking a nap, and I told him, "Hey, the thing it broke the vent. It's in the attic." And he's like, "I already told you stop telling me this about the thing. It's not here." So he went outside with the ladder, and he seen the vent broken. It was like literally like there was no wood. It left a hole in there, you know. And my dad grabs a ladder, and I said, "Be careful, it might come out." He got a ladder and he had a flashlight. It was looking like that, and he said, "I don't see nothing." You know, he's looking with a flashlight. He walks out of the stairs and he says, "Don't go off waking me up again. You know, I'm gonna go take me a nap." Blah blah blah. And I knew it was still up there because I seen it go in there. So that night, which was a Sunday, I slept in the room where me and my brother had a bunk beds. The bunk beds that we had back in the day were made of. You remember those bunk beds were made out of cloth, Primo?
Yeah.
Kind of like a hammock.
John, Josh, the Highway 77, it runs it doesn't run inside of Raymondville, it runs outside. It goes straight to Brownsville. We're going across
Let me
Raymondville.
see. I can find. I'll tell you what it was. Which one it was. I'll look it up real quick. Uh,
Yeah, if you're on Highway 77, Josh, and you're close to Raymondville, if you blink, you missed it. That's how small the town is, man. No, Monica, in that house, you did not want to sleep anywhere on the
it was a
floor.
Highway 186, I believe.
186. Yeah, in that house, Monica, when you were walking, every step you took, something would hit from underneath the floorboard. Every step you took when you were walking, and if not, you'd probably get dragged under the bed like I did.
It was Highway 186, brother Josh. That ran towards San Manuel, near the location where cousin Jesse is talking about. That is called La Sal del Rey.
La mina de Sal del
Yeah,
Rey.
that's what it's called, La Sal del Rey. Lower Rio Grande
The,
Valley
the,
National Wildlife. That's what's there.
the mines of salt of the
Yeah, that's the
king.
same location where I had that incident, right? So I was asleep. I was asleep, and I got woken up by a voice. It was my grandmother's voice that was calling my name, and she was telling me, you know, Abran, ven pa acá, Abrancito. She would call me Abrancito. Abrancito, ven pa acá. And I got up and I said, it was dark. You know, we had those lights that you pull the string to turn on. We didn't even have no switch. We just had the string light. But I couldn't find the switch light, and it's dark in the room. And I see the window. We had the big screen windows because we didn't have no air conditioning or ceiling fans. So we had big windows with screens that would let the air come inside, the cold air come inside. Because at night times it will get fresh, right? So there was a way to keep in the house cool at nighttime when we slept. So it's calling me, and I'm going towards the window, and I said, "Grandma, is that you?" And I told her I can't see you, and she kept on telling me to come close to the window. So I got close to the window. The window is like probably like this far away, and I said, "I still can't see you, Grandma." And my grandma wasn't that tall. She was like around 5 foot. I mean, I think she was like 4'9", somewhere around there. She wasn't that tall.
Thank you.
And
Exuberance.
she told me to get a little bit closer to the window. As I got close to the window and I could see the tela, the screen right here, this when it happened. I just felt a blow to the face. It's like the whole window got ripped out. I flew back. I was knocked out, right? The whole screen just, everything caved in, like the window caved in. And something hit me in the face. I flew backwards. You know, I was real skinny. It was so skinny that I landed like halfway, beyond half of the room. My parents get up, they turn on the light, and they find me, and I could feel something on my face, and I was bleeding everywhere, right? Blood everywhere, and I was feeling. This happened like around 4:30 in the morning when this happened to me. 4:30, somewhere around there in the morning. It was early, so I was bleeding. They were trying to figure out what happened. The whole screen window was ripped off, and you could see where it got shredded by something, you know. So they went to go call my grandmother. They woke up my grandmother because our grandmother lived next to us in her house. She turned on her lights and she came outside trying to find out what's going on. And I was telling her that she was calling me, and she's like, "No, I've been asleep." You know, that she was asleep. So they grabbed some medicines, and you know, I was bleeding. And then my mom and my dad, they believed that I'm missing no school. So they're like, don't think, you know, they were giving me, like putting sangre de chango, which is iodine on me, and alcohol, you know, trying to figure out what was going on. Uh, and it was already like around 5:30 or 6. And my mom and dad said, "You don't think you're gonna, just because you're bleeding doesn't mean you're gonna get away from going to school." So they didn't even take me to the doctor or emergency room. You know, I think we only had a clinic in our town. So my dad grabbed a white t-shirt and wrapped it around my freaking forehead and tied it around my head. And they told me not to take it off. If anybody asked me what happened, to tell them that a cat scratched me, right? So there we go. I go to school with a freaking white t-shirt around my neck. The blood is seeping through the shirt. So everybody's looking at my forehead because they can see the blood. So the teachers tell me, "Hey, go to the nurses." I go to the nurse. There's the nurse, and a lot of my teachers are there. The P coach, he was a Vietnam vet, and Mr. Ali Mendiola, he was there. And they were looking at the cuts that I had, and he said, "Son, tell me what happened, son." Mr. Ali Mendiola, and I said, I looked at him, and I said, "A cat scratched me," and he said, "Bullshit, that was no cat." That's what he said. "Bullshit, that was no cat. Now tell me what really happened." And if I tell him what really happened, and my parents will get a phone call, then that will be I will get a whooping. I mean, I was already scratched up from the face. Then that means that I will get a whooping. So I never got stitches, and it happened when I was young, so it kind of healed by itself, right? But now that I'm older, you're able to see them because they surface up. You get cousin Jesse?
I'm right here, man.
Okay, let me try to catch up to the comments, y'all. Yeah, yeah. Where the thing happened, it was going towards 186.
What did you say, Dick? That you got censored 20 times?
Oh shoot! I think I got pictures of me of my scratches on my face. Now that I'm older, you're able to see them because this scratches heal normally, and I never got stitches, but you're able to see them. I'll show them to you. So now that I'm older, you can see the scratches. So let me find those pictures of my scratches, brothers and sisters. Uh, and I'll send them so y'all can check them out. Let me see if I can find them real quick. Anybody got any questions? You got any questions? Let me know, and guess cousin Jessica relay them to me. While I'm looking for this pictures up there. You can see the scars that I got on my face, on my forehead. There you go. Okay, let me find them real quick. Okay, I found them, primo. Let me share them.
Let's do this.
So here's the marks that I got marked from my face at a young age. To tell you, the spiritual warfare is very real, and I got the marks to show you. Where it scratched me on my face, uh, goes all the way to my eye. That's one of them. Let me look. Where am I? Golly. I hate what's going on with this.
Yes, mertiolate exuberance. La sangre de chango que quemaba.
Here you go. You can see them right here, man. There's one there. There's another one there. There's one that goes way over here. This one's messed up my hair, man. Way up here. I know I'm older, so but even when I was younger, I think the picture that I have on YouTube when I was a kid, you could tell where it messed up my hair, man. It when it scratched me, it took hair off on me. It took hair off off my head where it clawed me. I got clawed right there. Let's okay. Let me go back. See, I got other pictures here to show them a little bit better. There's me wearing the shirt.
Pajaro.
You see how big that one is?
Yep.
So let me back that one up, get a little bit closer. There's a Pajaro shirt that Brother Josh Turner was talking about. There's days where you can see it more. Can you see it there, cousin?
I see it.
On this side of the face. Then there's another one on this side. So let me go back to that. Here it is. So now that I'm getting older, they surface up more and more. And there's times that I feel pain still to this day, that I feel pain in those areas where I got scratched, or some people could say got marked, right? There it is right there, right there. Never got stitches, so they healed by themselves. Sometimes I feel like Wolverine with those marks on my face. Maybe share another picture from the other side of the face, where I had scratched me. I got scratched on both sides of the face. On this side too's got I got a mark. Let me see if I can find a better picture. That was the last one that I was showing you. Goes all the way down. But anyways, mind y'all, I got those marks when I was. See, we're born in '69. I think the incident was at 75 or 75, 76. I was either 6 or 7 years old when that happened to me. And right after that, brothers and sisters, right after I got when the coaches found like that week, it's when it started attacking people. I think the following weekend it started attacking people in Raymondville. It started attacked this man over there where he lived, to scratch him in the back. There was a lot of sightings and people were being attacked all over, not just in Raymondville, all over the region, right? It was being spotted everywhere. But I'm beginning to think there could have been more than one. For it being spotted so many times in so many different locations, that it possibly could have been more than one.
Yeah, well, that thing was spotted all the way up in Matamoros, man.
Yeah, it was even spotted in Matamoros.
Damn allergies.
Yeah, I was going to school like that. I never got stitches on it or nothing. You know what protected me, brother and sisters, from getting stitches, or would have been far worse than that scar, was that the screens from back in the day were made out of wire. The telas, the screens were wire, strong wire, real thick wire. I'm thinking if that wire wouldn't have been there as the screens, if it would have been this other soft stuff, that my face would have been all shredded. I think the screens we had were made out of wire, that it saved me, or else my scratching would be a lot deeper. Any questions, anybody? Any questions of the story that I just shared with y'all? Battle scars. There we go. Like I said, I've been fighting spiritually all my life.
When we lived in Korea's August, we didn't have access to alcohol or oxygen peroxide. If we stepped on something, we'd be like, "Hey, primo, pee on my foot." It would clean the
There
wound.
was no shots for rust back in the day. I mean, I think there might have been, but we didn't have the money to go. So they would put a lot of alcohol, straight up alcohol.
I remember I stepped on a nail one time with my heel. My dad fried some onions and put them on my wound and wrapped them with a rag. Went around smelling like fried
You
onions.
see, some people seen the things that I seen, right? Some people seen other things. Some people seen something that looked like a ape or something, right? With wings. Some people said it was a gargoyle. Some people said it was a firebird. Some people say it was a phoenix. And then some people saying it was a pterodactyl, right? So how can all these things be being beside him? Well, if it's demonic, it can manifest to whatever it wants to manifest. It could change form. So that would be the answer to why was all these things being cited. If you look at the pictures of what people were seeing, that people drew the sketches, it was different things. It was not the same thing. They all look different. But we know that the demonic or the DDN that it can manifest into anything. There was dead animals. I think I got a picture. Let me look at the pictures. See if I can find the pictures, cousin. There was dead cows being found on top of poles, on top of the regular post where the wire is, electrical wire. They were being found on top of there. A lot of dead animals. Um, some animals were found with no blood. Brother Judge says onions draw toxins. Yeah, and garlic. Garlic is good for that. For any kind of toxins.
I remember one time we were out somewhere, man, and I cut my finger,
And
and I was like, ah! He made me stick my finger in the dirt to stop the bleeding.
let me see if I can find something here for y'all to share. Any questions? Any questions, brothers and sisters? They will give me a description to write of what a scene, right? Uh, I just didn't write. I didn't know how to draw that well when I was a kid. So, but the only drawing I could do was of a bird. Like, but I put it like the wings, like it had and stuff. But I just couldn't draw how it really looked because I was just a kid. No, nobody's gonna pay attention to a kid's drawing that's in crayon, right? I was like, I think it was in second grade when it happened, or first grade, first grade. The wing I was at, yeah, it was first grade, the first grade wing. Uh, when it happened, I had to draw a sketch. Nobody could go. This is how bad it was. Nobody could go play outside. The schools were not letting kids go and play recess or nothing. They were keeping everybody indoors, and it was like that for a while. That nobody was allowed to go outside because of that. What people want to call the Raymondville terror. Cobwebs, yeah.
Hi, Felicia Humphrey. How you doing?
We got 48 viewers in here tonight. Wow. I think that's the most viewers we've had all week
In a while, man.
in a while. I think because Brother Josh Turner's here. Thank you, Brother Josh Turner, for bringing some of the paratroopers in here. I'm still with my brother. Trying to be there for him. He lost. Keep him prayer daily. He lost 3 family members in a matter of 6 months. And lost his daughter, which we know she's with a heavenly Father. But yes, I've been supporting him, and there's been a lot of strange activity happening, brothers and sisters. Like I said, the spiritual warfare is very real, and the way we're overcoming it is from attending the Love Foundation and placing Jesus Christ first.
That's what we're hoping for, Monica. Thank you. Damn allergies.
Yeah, so my cuts healed by themselves, but then now that I'm older, you're able to see them where they're at. So there you go. Can things like that attack? I guess the reason it attacked me. I'm gonna tell you exactly. I was there was already fear that was established, right? Another thing was there was a thing of believing what I seen was established, and then the other one was when it was pretending to be my grandmother that I thought it was my grandmother, which is another form of belief in which there was an opening to use to attack. So all I say to you, brothers and sisters, if something's calling your name and you're not seeing the individual but you're hearing the voice, place that spirit to the test. Type and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name. Put it to the spiritual test. Type and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name.
Hey, cousin, look for me in the.
Okay.
I'm about to jump onto my other device.
Oh yeah. In Elms Grove. Oh my God. There's cousin Jesse. In Elms Grove. Oof, that's what they do. They mimic. They call you by your name. They mimic. You hear your name being called from the woods, and then they laugh. They'd be laughing that it echoes through the park. There was one day that I just barely finished talking to my friend. I was sitting on the park bench, and she had gotten married, and had left to Pennsylvania. She called me that she had arrived in Pennsylvania, right? And I finished talking to her. Said, "Well, all right, well, you have a good life, because she was a good friend of mine's." So let me see. There's cousin Jesse again. Let's try this. So I'm sitting down on the park bench. I had barely hung up the phone with her, right? I talked to her over the phone. I hung up the phone with her. She's in Pennsylvania. I'm sitting on the park bench. Then I hear her voice calling me by my name. Hey, it's me. And she said her name. And I look behind me, and where the voice is coming from is from the creek. And it's pitch black over there. And I said, Belle, is that you? And it says, yes, it's me, Abe. Come over here. So I'm like, yeah, right. It's you, because I just finished talking to her. So I didn't say nothing. Next thing you know, it's not her voice no more. Then it's pretending to be one of her daughters that will come and visit me. Her name was Brittany. It's using its voice, her voice, telling me it's her calling me. And it used another daughter's voice. So it mimicked three. It mimicked her and two of her daughter's voices, trying to get me to go to the creek. So I got up from the park bench and I walked back to the house. I did the sign of the cross. I started saying the Our Father for nothing to follow me home, and I went up the street and went to my house. So yeah, it's crazy when the mimic it's they mimic, not just they just don't call your name, but they're mimicking voices of people that you know. So be careful. And in saying that, I wonder how many people have gotten deceived like that, being called by their name to go into the woods because they think it's somebody, right? Somebody that they know or that they're out there with in the woods, and they get lost. You know, I think Sister Monica would talk about the Fae, right? That the Fae has that kind of capability to mimic voices or to look like somebody. Well, Shapeshifter skinwalkers have those abilities. The DDN have those abilities. Many things have those abilities to mimic, right? Something like that happened to cousin Jesse with a doppelganger. If he wants to share their story, it's up to cousin Jesse.
Yeah, I'll share it, cousin. Think it was 1975, and we were living in my with my uncle Joe, who lived in Chicago. He was my mother's brother, and we were sleeping in the living room. I got up to go to the bathroom, and I had to cross the kitchen. So I went to the bathroom and came back out. And when I was walking through the kitchen, headed toward the living room, I saw my brother Joe. He was standing right there, and he goes, "Hey!" I said, "What?" He goes, "Hey, let's go play in the basement." I said, "Nah, man, I'm sleepy." He goes, "Come on, let's go." I said, "All right, man, but you walk in front of me, and I'll follow you." So he opened the door and he walked down the steps. I followed him. I took 2 steps, and I decided I didn't really want to go, so I turned around and walked back up the steps that I had just walked down and went to the living room to go lay down. When I pulled the covers up to get under the covers, my brother Joe was right there. Yeah, I don't have any headphones, exuberance. Sorry, man. But yeah, he was whatever it was trying to get me to go to the basement, and yeah, didn't I didn't go. Yeah, I know. Wolf has mentioned to me that he wanted me to do an episode, but he did one with Abe, and she forgot about it. I'm good. But yeah, that's when I saw a double ganger.
But it didn't look exactly like your brother,
No, it had red eyes and the voice was different.
and the face looked different than your
Yeah,
brother.
yeah.
There's one thing about them that they can't take the full formation of how you look, but they can mimic it. But you can still see that it's not them.
I didn't really get scared, Felicia. It's just that it just freaked me out that I had just left him down the stairs and he was already in bed. And you know what's even really wrong with that story, ladies and gentlemen, is that a couple of years ago I told that story to a pastor at a church, and his eyes got real big. He said borderline possession. And then after that, he would just avoid me. He'd see me coming and he'd walk another way or make any kind of excuse not to deal with me.
Things like that will happen all the time at our house. Where there was a one where it was a Saturday, and my sister's like, Abe, they're like, build us a house, a doll house. So I'll go there and put some boards and pieces of wood and create like a little house room so they can play with like curtains and stuff. We use the tree, the blackberry tree, and I created them. They were playing out there, and then I was inside, and then I see my sister calling me, and she's in the last room. My sister B. So I'll go over there to the last room, and we're playing. We're playing in the last room, and as we're playing, I hear her. I hear her outside, right? So I go there and I see I go because I hear my mom. I think it was my mom that was yelling for their name or something because she wanted the girls to come inside to help her make tortillas, right? And I said, Mom, I can help you. I said, No, you go get them. And I said, Well, it's Lupita outside. Beatriz is playing with me, and so I said, Let me go get Lupita. So I want to go get my sister Lupita. When I would go underneath the little house that we made for them to play, Beatriz was there with her. So I get in the house and I'm freaked out, and I go to the last room where I was playing with my sister Beatriz. When I get there, she's not there. Yeah, that house in Raymondville is a lot of activity there, man.
Oh yeah.
Tell them your story. What happened to your cousin?
Oh, this one time, ladies and gentlemen, we all lived in a house in Raymondville, and it was nothing but teenagers with no adult supervision. Cousin Abe had two jobs, and he paid all the bills. And we all did chores. And one night, when you come in the front door, there was a bed, and then there was like a little couch. That's where Primo and his brother Robert slept. So they threw the cushions on the floor, and I thought it would be a good idea to sleep between the couch and the bed. So I set up the cushions and laid down. Well, I don't know what happened in the middle of the night. Something grabbed me by my ankle. Well, not my ankle, my calf. It grabbed me by my left calf and started to drag me under the bed. And I woke up. Ooh, I woke up. I was screaming like a girl in a horror flick. I was punching and punching at that hand that had me by my calf, and then it almost pulled me completely under the bed. The only thing that stopped that was that it was pulling my left leg, and my right leg got trapped between the bed of the foot of the
The
bed,
frame. Yeah.
the foot of the bed. So it was May pulling me into the foot of the bed. I finally got loose and jumped up and turned on the light. Looked under the bed and there was nothing there. But I had a big old red handprint on my calf. And this happened. I'm saying it must have been around 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. Everybody got upset because I was screaming and I turned the light on. But yeah, it was like I said, it was a you should never sleep on the floor in that house.
A lot of activity in that house. You could hear somebody running from the back room to the front room and stop right there by the hallway, by the opening. You could see somebody peek like this.
Yep.
They go like that. Because you could see although it just had an opening to each room, right? You could see somebody in the last room peeking like this, and then they go
And
like this.
in
So you go look to see who's there, and there's nobody there.
in that last room, I tried to sleep on the floor one time, man, and something was banging underneath the floorboards trying to break into the house. So I went and jumped on the couch by the window where the gangster ghost used to be standing there, the
Oh,
smiley guy. There was
tell,
nowhere you could
tell,
hide. There was nowhere you could hide in that house. Nowhere. Wherever you went, something was waiting for you.
the smiley guy. That's why I call him. I will tell my cousin, I said, "Are you sure you want to sleep there?" The reason I will tell him that because of all the things that were surfaced up. The smiley man, the first time I seen him, I was young. I was looking at the clouds, stargazing. I was like, see, probably like in kindergarten or first. and I'm looking at the stars, and the fresh air is coming in because it's big windows. And I'm looking, and next thing you know, somebody comes from the side and stands right in front of me. And the only thing I'm seeing is like a dark face, white eyes, and a smile. And he's got a hat, like a cholo hat or gangster hat,
A
because
fedora.
it's a fedora. And he's looking at me, and he's smiling. And I'm looking at it because it's right there in front of me, looking at me. Then he goes like this, and he puts his hand right there by the screen like this, and he wants me to put my hand by the screen, and he's smiling, and I freak out, and I go underneath my blanket, and I'm looking through a little hole. When I look through the little hole to see if he's still there, he's looking at this like this down at me, and he's still smiling. She's like looking at me with a big old smile. So then after a while, as he's looking at me, he just moves real fast to the side. When he moves to
Yeah,
the side, I'm looking through the little hole, and
rest well.
I get up, and I put my face by the screen, and I'm looking like this sideways, but I don't see him no more. But he would appear, and he had like I think to the story of him or the spirit of that person. I believe there was a bank that had gotten robbed, and the people that robbed the bank got killed by the cops, I guess, possibly in the location where I live because they could never find the money.
Bye, Wolf.
Good night, brother Josh Turner. They could never find the money that got robbed, but I believe that's where they might have gotten killed. So we named him the Smiley Man. You seen him, right, cousin? How he
Oh,
looked?
yeah. I've seen him many
His,
times.
his, his, his facial expression was a smile. He never changed. You can see nothing but teeth, like teeth,
Uh-huh.
and his
It
eyes. You can see the
was
white, like a white glowing eyes, and he's just
glowing.
smiling.
Yeah, it was glowing, man. Uh, and he always knew when you were looking through the little peeping hole under the cover. He would make sure to that you would see him because he would move to that where you were looking at him through, man.
Yeah, the spirit knows the spirit. That's an example of that. The spirit
But
knows the spirit.
at least I wasn't on the floor, man. Because
You know, brother Judge Turner. Man, I will tell cousin Jesse. I would tell him the stories, but I didn't want to scare him. You know, but we had so many experiences there. Bangings on the walls. Our house was on pillars, right? So because it floods, so our house is on pillars, and you hear something banging anywhere you moved, the banging will follow you, and they'll bang right underneath you. You move to a different part of the house, boom, boom, like it was locked on you. They were banging right underneath you where you were standing. Sometimes you hear banging on the walls, tapping on the windows, knockings, bangings, or somebody running up on top of the roof. You hear
I
the
hated
running.
that the most. I hated that the most, man.
Tell him, cousin. Tell him.
You be laying down and then you hear something running on the roof and then you hear laughter and you're like, what the hell? And you couldn't, man, you just couldn't find a safe spot to rest. I don't know what it was, but that house was really, really active.
Just put it this way: we would have fun, but once nighttime came, everybody was scared when it came to nighttime because of the activity that would happen there. Uh, there will be peeping shadow figures, peeping toms in the middle of the night, looking through the back window, through the side windows of the house, uh, where you're taking a shower, the little window, bathroom window. Somebody be
Yeah.
there looking at.
And there was someone like a being that was invisible that would stand by the door and watch you while you took a shower. But yeah, it was really creepy. There wasn't really no place to sleep inside that house. But after you get used to it, man, you just learn to ignore. I
Not
remember,
activity.
I remember Primo used to sleep face down, so he wouldn't see that. I started doing the same thing. I used to sleep with my head down like that, so I wouldn't have to see nothing.
So
Yeah.
let's talk about I don't think, I mean, we talk about the main, one of the main lechuzas, right? Lilith. I know Jesse shared a lechusa story. We've had a good night tonight. How long we been gone live?
3
3
hours
hours and
and 10
oh
minutes.
wow, we're going strong here in spiritual encrypted encounters. Uh, these lechusas, they do exist, brothers and sisters. The manifestations, or the things that the witches summon, they're real because I witnessed them when I was a kid. Uh, so I'm trying to go back to the topic of we talked about demons. The lechusa I encountered happened when I was 3 years old. Uh, where my brother's 2 years older than me, so he was five, and he had gotten sick. He had a lot of high fevers. He was hallucinating, seeing snakes and spiders. Doctors from the Rio Grande Valley couldn't find a cure for him. They said that he was going to die because of the high fevers. So my aunt said she knew of a curandera, which is a medicine woman that could probably heal him. She contacted her and she said yes, she could heal him, to bring him to her. But we didn't have that much money, so the deal was to bring me to, because the payment was that I will have to be with her for a couple of months, right? If you healed him, that I would have to be with her for a couple of months. That was a deal. We're a poor family.
Thank you, Felicia.
I remember going in the Monte Carlo that or the Impala. It was an Impala my aunt had. The Impalas with the long seat. It was a green car she had. I remember going into Reynosa, Tamaulipas, and it's bricks and the cars bouncing and stuff. And as we get there, I see the little hut. It's made out of like a mud or something, and hay and stuff like that. Uh, I go inside the thing. I see the medicine woman standing there, and she immediately grabbed my brother because she wanted to heal him. She immediately grabbed my brother and took him to the second room where she would do her works. And she did the works right there near the fire and by the door, where she started praying over him and did the egg thing. When she cracked the egg, there was a chick that came out. He had a broken wing and a broken leg. But my brother became better because the wrongdoing that was done to my brother went into the egg. So the fever stopped, the hallucination stopped. My brother had like a little limp. The limp stopped. His hand became better. The reason he had a limp and the leg would hurt him is because he was always falling, because he would just see, because of the high fevers, he was seeing spiders and snakes.
Be back.
So I remember when they left, they took him, and I stayed there with the curandera. I seen a lot of things. I was like her little, no, I could see spiritually. So I was her eyes. She would bring people in and do the spiritual works that she would do, heal the people. Sometimes people had things like barbed wire, glass, spiders, scorpions, uh, bugs, snakes in them, where somebody would do, this is a battle of witchcraft. So she'll heal a lot of people, and sometimes I will see this, what I call demons, or the DDN, dark shadow figures, come out of the people, where she would lay hands on them, and you could see them come out of the bodies wherever they were sick, or they felt pain. That this unclean spirits will come out of them. Sometimes one, two, three. I think a man had like four of them that I seen all of them standing by the wall. And then she commanded him to leave. She wasn't seen, but I was her eyes, and I seen them walking, like I guess not walking, but just moving because they're in spirit, so they're like shadow figures. They're walking and they leave the hut, and she tells me if they left, and I'll go like this, and then the person was healed. They had that was being sick because it was causing them to have ailments. So I would do those works with her for. I still don't remember how long I was there with her. I was there for a while. Um, then one evening, brothers and sisters,
Welcome everybody to the demonic hour. We're almost 16 minutes into the demonic hours.
so one evening, because she had a little bed for me on the side, and she had her bed where she would sleep. Her floor was made out of dirt. She she was. I woke up. It was like 3 in the morning. I woke up and I'm looking and I don't see her. The only thing we had as light was a candle and the little flame she kept as light on the floor. So I didn't see her, and I heard somebody arguing, right? So I get up and I look and I see her standing by the main door, and she's blocking it like this. She's dressed in her white, like the times of Pancho Villa, the white robe with the bullets. She's blocking the door and she's talking to somebody, like somebody's arguing with her because I'm hearing a lot of noise, like there's a lot of people, and she's blocking the door. So as I go look, that's where I'm talking about wind creatures. I go stand beside her and I look, stick my head out like this, and I look. I seen six dark witches dressed all in black, standing on the ground, and above them I seen six lechuzas, dark lechuzas, and the lechuzas are going, and you can hear like the talons, and they're whispering, saying something. And the witches that are there, they're like, "There he is." They're like in Spanish, they were "Dánalos, give them to us." It said, "If you give them to us, so nothing will happen." But the reason that we're there, brothers and sisters, is because when she healed my brother, she the 7th fold because they had wished death upon him. The 7th fold went back to the person that wished death upon my brother, in which it was their main head witch that died. So they were coming for vengeance, right? So they wanted her to give me up to her, and she said, "No, I'm not going to give you up to him." And they were chanting, and it was like a spiritual battle. And I was there looking at them, and I told them, and she told me, "Go back to your bed." And I stood right there beside her, and I said, "Not afraid." That's what I said. Not afraid. That I wasn't afraid. And then you could hear them like, and like, and they were like mad. But became a spiritual warfare. But I could feel the presence of the heavenly angels around me, even as a kid. I could feel that. So we battled from 3 in the morning to like around 5 o'clock. Once the sun started rising, they took off before the sun rose. So they left before the sun started rising. They left. All the brujas left. So I stood there for a little bit more with her, and then I remember when my mom came for me. I was in the outdoor latrine, and I hear somebody say my name, and I looked at it. The reason I looked is because those witches, they tried to come after me during the day too, trying to give me candy, apples, bananas, and stuff like that, trying to lure me. Like, hey, I could be outside playing in front of her house. They'll be calling me, trying to show me. They try to give me a balloon one time, try to give me like a ball. They wanted me to go to them, but I never did because she would tell me, Not if somebody. She told me if somebody will try to give you something, don't take it. That the witches are trying to lure me, so I'll stay away from them. They'll get mad. Uh, but I remember the day that my mom came for me. I heard somebody call my name, and I looked. She was crying, and then she said, "It's me, your mom." But I still don't remember how long I was there. But all I can say, brothers and sisters, I was honored to work along her because she was a good person. I would see people run away from her. Just put it that way. People will see her walking when we'll go to the market. They'll go the opposite way. They'll run the opposite way. I'm thinking it wasn't really the people that were afraid of her. It was because some of those people probably were into witchcraft, so it was the things that were within them that will make them go the opposite way. But she had the ability to get rid of people with negative attachment. You know, so my mom came to pick me up and brought me back home, and I was never the same when I came back from over there, brothers and sisters, because I was open to all that within the balance that I could see the unclean spirits in people, demons going in and out of people, dark shadow figures, the people that were bonded or possessed, and my life has never been never the same ever since I was in Mexico and I came back to the States. In which, when I moved to the States, back to the States, they followed every Saturday from when I was 3 all the way till I was like 11 years old. Those brujas with the lechuzas will come to my house every Saturday evening, the same time frame. I could be outside because we're used to it, because the things that we're doing. I could be outside like around 10, 10:15. And the next thing you know, I hear, can I make the sound?
Not at this hour. No, thank you, cousin.
I will hear a screeching sound that they'll make. I can make the sound, but I don't want to freak anybody out. So when they'll make the sound, I will look and I'll see one flying, black, lechusa. And then I hear the same screeching sound coming from a different direction. There's another one coming, and there's two flying. Then I hear them call another one. Now, next thing you know, there's like around 6 of them flying right over our house. And I go inside the house. I said, "Mom, they're here. They're here. The brujas. They're in lechusas form. They're here." So my mom locks the doors. We have those. Was it the Palm Sunday? We have those Palm Sunday crosses on the windows in the blood. And we clock the door. It's like around 10:30 happens. You hear my mom's like this. We're looking, and we're all in the center of the room. This when they were come, they would cause a lot of activity. We're looking. Then my mom's like, "You all hear that?" And I'm trying to listen, and then like somebody whispering something, and then you hear a carcajeando. What does a carcajeado mean?
A cackle, a laughter.
They start laughing real loud, and you can hear like a woman's voice. And my mom starts praying the Our Father. As we're praying she's praying the Our Father. We're just there. I mean, we're young, and she's praying. Then you hear on the windows. You start hearing tapping sounds, knocking sounds, like in threes. Then you hear banging sound. Boom. The witch is laughing. The lechuzas with their talons whispering. And then we're standing. The house is on pillars. And you hear thumping sound right underneath me, man. That it makes me bounce. That's how loud it was. And I'm looking, and you're hearing all this noise happening simultaneously. So as I'm standing and we're praying and hearing all these noises, and I hear somebody come running from the last room. You hear the footstep, and it starts right there. Look, I'm getting chills just talking about it. Uh, it stops right in front of me, and I'm looking. I don't see nothing. Everything's happening at once. Tapping sounds, banging sounds, pounding sounds underneath the door, underneath the house, and the running. Next thing you know, you see dishes flying around, getting smashed on the kitchen by an unseen force, smashing the dishes, the glasses, everything is being smashed by an unseen force. So we're praying and praying, and then my dad was at church, comes in. When he gets at the house, all the activity stops. But he was at church, so all the activity stopped. But it was something that happened to us for since I was 3 all the way to around 11 years old. This activity. I finally made my spiritual stance when I was 11. I was a pitcher, pretty good pitcher as a left-handed person. Uh, it was another Saturday night. That's how many years from 3 to 11. That's what, like 9 years that passed by or something like that. 7 is it? 8 years passed by. Same thing was happening. I said, Mom, I'm going outside. I'm tired of this. They said, don't go out there. They're gonna try to scratch your eyes. Blah blah blah. I go up there and I see them on the trees and I tell them to leave, and they're laughing at me and they're making the talent sounds. I look at them. I got the outside light on. Grab the caliche, toss the rocks, boom, hit them hard, and you hear like a thud, like somebody made the sound like, because I'm hitting them hard with his rocks. And then all of a sudden, out of the darkness, I see my grandmother come, and she tells me, "What's going on?" I said, "There's a lechuzas," and she looked at me and she said, "You're not afraid of them?" I said, "No, I'm not afraid of them." Then she just like, "You stay here." She went over there to the side of the house. She said something to him, not in English or Spanish. She said something to those lechuzas, and they all flew away when she said something to them. Then she comes back to me and tells me, "Tell your mom that I took care of it," and gave me like a little smile, right? So that was the last day that those brujas or convent of witches came to the house. But what was weird about it was the following day of that day that I'm at the HEB with my grandmother, right? I think it was with my grandmother because I would go with my grandmother. She would take me and point at the stuff she wanted me to get. So I'm with my grandmother, and I look at this old lady looking at me real ugly. She's all bandaged up. She's got a black eye, bruises all over her body, and my spirit already knew who it was. It was a lechusa that was on the side of the house that was sitting with the rocks. She was looking at me real ugly because I was like, man, that looks like the same spots I was hitting the lechusa. So I figured that she was a bruja, but that she was in her human form, not the manifestation of the lechusa, but she was all banged up. She was an old lady. She was very dark complected. I still remember how she looks and everything, but the way she was looking at me, real ugly. It was crazy. I'm more sure there's still activity there, brothers and sisters. If we were to go there, maybe I don't know. I just don't like going back to the Rio Grande Valley, man. It's too many bad memories. There's a lot of locations that I want to go to. If I were to go back, like where I had the encounter where I got hit by crap, I wouldn't mind going and investigating that area where the truck got lifted from the rear. They ripped the tailgate off. Cousin Jesse remembers that. I wouldn't mind going to a lot of locations where I had encounters that I remember that I witnessed something. Madeline said no lechusa sounds. I was trying to figure out. Maybe I should make a short reel of a lechusa sound and just place it on there
And just
for whoever wants to hear it.
send it to Madeline so she can listen to it in private.
Is Madeline still here?
She was here a little while ago.
I'm looking at the comments. Madeline, you here? I want to show you the duende shoes.
Yeah, she was still in here a little while ago.
Madeline,
Yeah,
is she here?
she just posted 3 posts ago. Yeah, she's here.
Okay,
She just posted.
Sister Madeline, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you the duendita shoe riders.
Yeah, I'm okay beyond the box.
She said there's no lechusa song. Okay, let me share. This is gonna be funny, y'all. Check out this. Show him, primo.
Yeah, let's show her lizard riding shoes.
We had people cracking up with this yesterday because we're showing different kinds of shoes. Let me find your. There you go. Is that it? Let me see. Yep. Here you go. This is La Donditas. What do you call them, people?
Lizard riding shoes.
Here we go. They kind of look like the shoes from the bruja from Wizard of Oz, no?
Yeah. After she got hit by that house.
When they got curled up.
Yeah.
This is the Duendita riders to ride the lizards.
There was some other ones too, because there were some other ones.
Yeah, I'll show the other ones that we got here. Who's the one that was here? Dick Richards, the one we're
Uh-huh.
making fun of.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, the Duendita riders. We need to get them for Nike to sell them. You can have the Nike symbol beside them.
Now you too can become a lizard rider.
Oh, we got others. Check out this ones. Doesn't Brother Josh call it brother his name Scorpion?
Yeah.
Check it out. The Scorpion Riders. Then cousin Jesse, he calls himself. They call him the Joker, right, primo?
Yep.
El Joker. You got some fine shoes, Joker. Where can I find myself a pair like those? And then we were talking about what was that other guy? Dick Richards. This Dick Richards shoes right here. Look at those. Those are Dick Richards shoes. Here's another picture of him, of Dick Richards. Look.
PTMBs.
What style is that, Primo? What kind of kung fu style is that he's doing?
That looks like the snake style.
The snake style.
Hey, Primo, why don't you show him a picture of those shoes that I said that what my shoes looked like when they got wet?
Tell him the story and I'll show him.
Yeah, one of my cousins picked me up and took us to a party at the drainage, not the drainage, the irrigation canals, and he pushed me in there, and I had just come from a date from the movies, and I was wearing a pinstripe silk shirt with pinstripe baggy pants and alligator Stacy's, and he pushed me into the damn canal, and I got sick because when I came up, this girl I never met before gave me a kiss and it gave me tonsillitis, and my shoes looked like what Primo is about to show. They
All
would
right,
tell
here we
me, "What's wrong with your shoes?" I tell them they're looking for airplanes. Puto what?
It's like it's cousin just like this.
Just like that. Oh man, they're looking for shoes. They're looking for planes.
I told him you should save him, make some money. I don't know. You got $325.
For what?
That's the way his shoes looked afterwards. And they messed him up big time though.
Yeah, man, he messed up my dress shoes, dude. He was jealous, man.
What did your mom say when
She didn't.
she
She didn't say nothing because I took those shoes with me from Fort Worth over there, man. Those were my dress shoes. She never bought me any shoes like that, man.
did you ever get another pair?
I got some that they were kind of like Stacy Adams, but they were more ROTC.
There we go. I forgot to put our faces in it while we're sharing the stuff. So where's the one Dito? She's like, I need to get me a pair of those shoes.
They got wet, Monica, because they threw me into a canal with my shoes on. Like I said, I just got off a date from the movies, and he said if I wanted to go to the canal, so I went. And as soon as I got out the car, that fucker pushed me from behind while I was completely dressed. My wallet and everything got wet. I was hot. Those are your airport traffic and monitoring shoes.
She said, "Listo para un zapatillo," laughing my ass off. Oh my god! I think I have the picture of some guys dancing with those kind of shoes.
Still do exuberance. I have two pairs of Stacy Adams, man. Well, I got Stacy Adams and Stacy Baldwin's. My Stacy Adams are black and white, and my Stacy Baldwin's are black and gray.
Here they are. Hi.
Boot fight. Boot fight.
Dun, 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 dun. Imagine I'm going to tell everybody this is breakdancing. Yeah, primo.
Yep.
I'm going to say that's the breakdancing where breakdancing started from. Look at this dude over there in the rear. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, no, man, that's boot fighting. Nothing but PTMBs, Medlin.
All right, here we go. Let me get that off of there. Let me go back to you, cousin. We had everybody cracking up last night, man, with that.
Yeah, Sailor, those are PTMBs. Pointy-toed Mexican boots. I was
Órale,
telling,
chingón.
I was telling my cousin
Órale,
that
chingón.
I saw some that were like really long, like the first one he shared, but at the tips they had cobra heads.
Let me see if I can find those. Let me look them up. You said the cobra head
Yeah,
or rattlesnake?
No, they were cobra heads, man. Beyond the box.
Found him. What the fuck?
You can't believe it.
What the fuck? Man, there's. If you want to put a price on them, so if you're interested, you can buy some.
On the corner, nah, man, and with those boots, the damn roach could be on the ceiling and you still hit him with them boots.
Se mira bien bañadas las botas.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Shit, I'll have some fun with this one's right here. We'll call it the tickler.
Good night, August. Rest well.
Here you go. Let me do the screenshots of this one so I can send it to you. What the hell?
You didn't believe me, cousin, that I had seen some? Jaime's gonna go buy some.
Not that I didn't believe you. I just didn't know that all these boots. That's crazy, man. Did they even sell, man? Okay, there's two. This is crazy, man.
They go out.
Look at the prices they got on this suckers, man.
They go out dancing, dude. They go buy them boots, and then they go out dancing and request that song, La Bota, La Bota, La Bota.
Oh, here we go. I'm gonna send this pictures so we can share them. Oh, like what the hell is this shit? All right. Here we go, folks. Whoever's here, if you want a pair, we don't sell those kind of boots, but you can probably get the info online. I think Mr. Anderson wants a pair of this kind of boots. Let me catch up to the comments as much as I can. And here we go. I hope nobody's afraid of cobras. Did you have a lechusa boots? What do you think, Primo?
I don't know. All I see is you and me.
Oh no, I haven't shared yet. I'm just catching up to the comments.
I'm pretty sure you do, Exuberance. They go buy those Cobra boots and they start dancing to that song. La Bota, La Bota, La Bota.
Here you go. Let's check out the botas. Share. Oops.
Mr. Anderson says we can leave the boots for you, Chief.
Here we go.
Wow, look at those things, man. Cobra.
The
Wow.
Cobra boots. Wow. And people wear them. Cobra boots.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Who's gonna buy a pair of this?
Monica says that she wants me and you to buy them and wear them on the show. Yeah, I don't think so.
All right, here's another pair. Those are the Cobra boots, and we got this boots. We're gonna call this one the Tickler. Checa that one, primo.
Ooh,
The tickler. What kind of boots are those? They're like half cut.
I
What do
don't
you
know.
call those?
Those are
Shoes.
botines, half boots.
Watch out, ladies. If you go on a date with a person wearing these boots, put on some pantalones, some pants, because if you're wearing a dress, you
That's
better be careful.
you're gonna get prodded.
Here's another pair.
What the hell?
Look how much it costs, and it's got a little thing here in the back. Look at this suckers.
What's up, Joel? Joel?
What kind of boots are those? Rattlesnake?
Yeah.
Cut- I don't know what kind of boots those are. They look streaked out, man.
Yeah, Jaime, a skirt lifter.
They should put a little mirror here in the tip, no?
If they're not careful when they're dancing, they're gonna get more than a mirror on the tip. They're gonna get something else.
Mm-hmm. Then they have this other ones here.
What the heck? Yeah, they actually exist. I've seen them, Monica. I've seen them out at the clubs. How much are those boots worth, cousin?
Those
18?
right there. You want a pair?
No, I'm just asking how much they cost.
Oh, those I don't know, primo. I just took a picture of them.
You kick someone in the butt with them, you're now married. Yes, beyond the box. Yes.
This ones are called the 3D Mexican Guarachero boots. Turbo Squid. It doesn't say a price on them, but I can find out.
No. Don't find out, man. I ain't never leaving my Stacy Adams, bro. Sorry. Yeah, they look pretty fruity.
Those boots are shit.
Yes, Monica, in real life, Mexicans are wearing those out to the clubs.
It's not giving me a price, primo.
I don't know. You could look them up on Amazon or eBay, Felicia, and you can order them that way where you live in Nashville. A GoPro.
And people wear this, primo.
Yeah, they wear them. I saw a bunch of dudes at the flea market last weekend wearing them damn boots, man.
The question is why.
Yeah, that is the question.
So check out if you thought this one's was bad, check out this one's, man. What the hell is this? Oh, you can't see it?
No, I see me and you.
All right, check out this one's. They're called guacheros.
Pizza slices.
Are those the window riders?
What the?
We got a rainbow sheriff over here. What is that on the tips?
Oh, those are pieces of kind of like taps, primo, kind of like taps. They got steel at the tip.
What the hell?
You never know when you're gonna have to impregnate somebody.
What the hell is it?
I went dancing, Mom, and he kicked me with his boots. I'm pregnant.
Look, it's two different colors. What the hell?
Yeah, yeah. Look, man, that first dude, he's got Dallas Cowboy boots.
Right? It's Dak Prescott and what's the other guy's name? The running back,
No, I don't even know. Ezekiel.
Elliot.
Ezekiel.
Elliot and yeah, Ezekiel. Oh my God. Okay, we have fun here tonight. Sorry, Raza, we were making fun of the botas, but they are kind of funny.
You could ski on them beyond the box. You just gotta hold your cobras
They
up.
are very, very funny looking. Corre se va con la bota. La chalupa,
La bota.
la bota. I'm way behind in the comments. Somebody wants me to buy the boots.
Felicia, holy shit.
I want to
Yeah,
see something real quick. Okay. What the
yeah.
heck?
The box. I can't wear boots. My upper the top side of my foot is too high up. It hurts me when I wear boots.
I could see Runner in a pair of those.
Who runner? Yeah, I can see runner and maybe exuberance.
Y la duenda with her little boots of curl. La duendita. We're having fun here at Spiritual Encrypted Encounters tonight.
Yeah, we're almost at the 4 hour mark.
Oh, shoot. That's how it happens when you're having fun. Time flies. And I'm saying that because it's winged beings, lechuzas, things with wings.
I could see exuberance wearing a pair of boots like that at the baile, and the homeboys telling Zapatelli.
Oh, my God. En la pulga.
I don't judge a man by his character or his boots. I judge him by his actions. I mean, what's on the tip? Hopefully a condom. I don't know.
Let me see. Okay, I'm almost catching up to the comments. I'm way behind. That's good when the audience is commenting.
Hola, madness. She goes, catch me at the baile in those bad boys dancing with someone's steel.
If you get tired, Sister Madeline, you can just get on the tip and ride them on your feet, and let them do the moving for you.
Beyond the box. Thank you, Monica.
I think the one that might have already danced with somebody with those kind of boots. And los bailes over there in Austin. Let me see something else real quick here. Oh my God, some crazy imagery here that we got from this botas.
Yep.
And you see how much it cost?
No.
That's crazy, man. The prices.
Welcome in, Abba, which is under Yeshua. Yeshua, I'm sorry.
I want to share another pair of boots that the certain individuals from certain places wear. Let me see if I can find it.
I could just see Madeline going out looking for PTNBs at the dance floor. No, Joel says portrait. When you gonna buy those boots, but you gonna buy the boots, and then you gotta be dancing to the old song. La vaca, la vaca, la vaca.
Okay, I'm gonna share this other ones.
Hmm. So you leaving?
Okay, here we go. These boots, these boots that I'm fixing to share, they come from a certain location in our country. It's a certain individuals that they say that they're boots on the ground all the time. You know, I ain't gonna say their names, but when they go boots on the ground, they really do go boots on the ground uh, because of the boots that they're wearing. Uh, and here they are. Let me share it with you. They're not really boots on the ground, but here they are. Let me reveal them to you.
No, Monica, maybe Abe will be on tomorrow night, but I don't come on Saturday nights because I go
Here we
church.
go.
Really, what the?
Corn on
Wow.
the cob boots. They're corn on the cob boots.
They look like they've been through some cob.
Check out the elotes on them, bro.
You know, see? Like I said, it looks like they've been through a lot of cob.
He's got a zipper when he uses his his other side, Micaela. Oh my!
He's like, oh, my boots are stuck on the ground.
Oh my God! Look at that, Micaela. Yes, you can be boots on the ground. You can be boots on the ground with your man. There you go. I'm way behind again. Dang it.
Melon says, ooh, what are those? Prima even says they're better than the spike boots. You can't take them dancing, exuberance. You can't take those boots dancing because you'll be like, no, no te alborotes, elote, no te alborotes. Turn it to popcorn.
He's gonna be wearing those cuando vaya para la pinta. I don't know if I'm gonna be on tomorrow.
Uh,
I don't know yet.
I'm
Depends.
that song, exuberance. Sorry.
I might take my wife somewhere for her birthday. Her birthday is on Monday, but I mean we can celebrate it for 2 weeks.
The fruit boots. No, they're not fruit boots, Mr. Anderson. They're corn boots.
The corn boots, man. You see the corn? Fruit boots. Let me take that off. There we go. Oh, we hit the 4 hour marker. by
Yes,
the
sir.
way, here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Man, we have 52 in the audience. I could keep on talking, but I know Cousin Jesse probably tired.
Yeah,
You
I'm gonna
feeling it?
I'm gonna call it a night, man. You got a full room, bro.
Yeah, I'm thinking I might share another story. If somebody they want to hear another story with a winged creature, uh, I got several other ones that I've experienced. But I think we had a pretty turnout tonight. 52 viewers in the lobby. We're at the 4 hour marker. But you want to call it a night, cousin?
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm gonna have to call it a night.
all right,
Man,
cousin.
thank you for coming in. I really like it when y'all come and spend time with us and help us get off topic. But instead of that, ladies and gentlemen, um, may the Lord protect you while you sleep. May He fill you with abundance and blessings in the morning. And may He not let you buy any of those PTMB boots. No ponytail Mexican boots. All right, and saying that, cousin, I'll see you when I see you.
All right, cousin. Yeah, we've been having a little bit of fun towards the end of the show. I came out with that stuff yesterday. We're sharing the boots, and I mean, I've seen people wear them. I've seen them. I like in Austin, especially when I used to go clubbing back in the day. I used to go clubbing in Austin, and people were wearing those kind of boots. You know, it's crazy. Some people dance different styles over there. When it comes down to Mexican dancing, you get it's like studying martial arts. You get different style. You know, you got the monkey style in martial arts. You got the cobra style, rattlesnake style. Well, in Spanish, you get the tacuache style on the dance floor, the raccoon style on the dance floor, because the way that the people dancing out there, they're dancing like animals. You know, so imagine that. We're dancing like a dog or pretending to be a cat on the dance floor, wearing boots like that. Crazy. Thank you, Sister Felicia Humphrey. That you're having a good time. I can keep on going. If y'all want to hear another story, let me know. Let me know with a thumbs up. If you want to hear another story, I'll share another story with you. Yeah, I've seen a lot of crazy stuff while I was in the military. You know, in the military, out of the military. You know, but if everybody's, I can call it a night. Also, it's four. We're 4 hours. It's 4 in the morning. Wow. What was style dancing? I dance to everything. Doesn't matter. I'm so good of a dancer that I can mimic somebody dancing on the dance floor. Whatever style they're dancing, I can mimic it. That's how good I am. I can mimic it, the identical steps, identical whatever they're doing. I can mimic it. I'm that good of a dancer that I can mimic somebody's style. There's a thumbs up there. I'll share one more story, and I'll call it a night, brothers and sisters. Because I got the video. I think it's better for me to share the video because in the video, it's like you want to hear it. I'll play this video because it's fresh because I recorded on the day of what I witnessed. So that's what I'm going to do, and it's dealing. I'm not gonna. It's dealing with the winged creature that I seen. Let me find the short reel or the video that I got here because I made a video because I was what I witnessed, and this is before I moved here where I live, probably like 5 years ago, when we had gotten married and we moved to this other house. Something happened on the day of when I was moving, and it's me speaking about it, of what I witnessed, and I'm going to share it with y'all, brothers and sisters. So whoever's here, let me look for this video real quick. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, let me go to videos. I'm gonna have to look into the archives for this one, but bear with me. Let me find it real quick. This will create the videos, brothers and sisters, just in case, as I'm getting older, if my memory, I start getting memory loss or something. At least I got the videos of when I went through something, that you're able to see them, go back to the archives and look of me speaking of what I witnessed. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Okay. Let me see if I can find it, brothers and sisters, so I can share it with you. It might be way up on top because let me see. Here we go. I got it there. So what I'm going to do is share it. Here we go. Here's the story. Here's the story, guys. Whoever's here, still here. Is when it happened, the day of it happened. I created a video, and here it goes. Let me share it with y'all. I've been pretty busy, actually. Good afternoon, brothers and sisters from Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Making this video to talk about something that happened to me. I've been pretty busy, actually. That's why you haven't seen me post anything. I've been busy with a move to a different home, and also I got married this past weekend. But what I want to talk to y'all about is about something that happened to me while I was making the move. There was a lot of things happening spiritually, but I wasn't too much focused on the things that were happening spiritually. I just maintained a love foundation. But something did happen. I don't know if y'all know, but I collect minerals. I have a lot of minerals. I collect a lot of minerals, and I collect some of them for protection, to protect my home. My house is also blessed, but the home that I was moving from, it was 2 days ago. 2 days ago. It was around 8 o'clock, 8:30. It was a little bit dark outside, but not dark enough that you cannot see nothing. You could see the sky and everything. Well, as I was loading some items in the back of the vehicle, I seen something up on top of me, circling around me, and it was pretty big. It was massive. I wish I would have had my camera or something on me to be able to record what I seen. but I didn't have it on me. There was this giant bat-like creature. The wings were pretty massive, and it was circling around me in a circle. I could see it up in the sky. That's how big it was, that I could see it, and it was pretty high, but I could still see it because it was that big. And as it was circling around me in a circle, just circling around me, it started making this weird noise. It was like making this noise that sounded, to me, it was weird. It was like sounded like a yell or something, some kind of yell, you know. It wasn't a screech, it was a yell, like it sounded real loud, you know, and that's the way it sounded, kind of like you know. You could see the bat-like wings. It had the form of the bat-like wings, and it was just circling around me. And next thing you know, as I looked to the left, I seen two other ones that came with it. It was calling, I believe it was calling those giant bat-like creatures. I don't know what it was, but to me, it had the wings of the bats. They were massive, and they came with that one. They started, all three of them started circling around me. So as they were circling around me, you know, I was praying with myself. I didn't have fear, but I was trying to figure out why they were there, you know. Why did they come to me? Or why, to me, it seemed like they were tracking me, or the other one calls them, so they were trying to do something. I don't know. But I started praying within myself. And as I was praying within myself, I called my wife, Maria, to come outside. And as she was coming outside, these bat-like creatures, they started taking off. So by the time she came outside, she only seen them from a distance, but she didn't get to see how big they were, how giant they were. They were massive. If I could see them big in the sky, I could only imagine how big they would be close up. To me, you know me, I'm a spiritual kind of guy, but what I seen, there were creatures. Now, where they came from, you know, they were in threes. So spiritually, 3 to me could be demonic, right? Because they're going in threes. I would see it as that, but I did see them in the noise that it was making. It sounded kind of like a gorilla noise of a sort, you know, like a gorilla noise, like you know, like something like a gorilla, like a grunt of a gorilla. That's what it sounded like to me. But they were massive, and they had these giant wings. There was a lot of different things that happened while I was trying to form a bond. You know, when you form a bond with somebody and you get married, it's created out of love. I remember when I proposed to her, it froze. When we went to go file the paperwork to get married, when we gave them a date, there was a hailstorm that hit. On the day of the marriage, it rained. So then when I seen this bat-like creatures, it's like a lot of things happened, brothers and sisters, that it felt like to me something was trying to interrupt the union, you know, which the union is out of love. But I seen these creatures. They were big. I would say they were as big as me, as big as they were in the sky, and they were flying probably like, I would say, pretty high. I could see the big silhouettes. I couldn't imagine how big they were if they would have come down to the ground where I was at. See, and another thing is next to me, my neighbors, they have a cross in front of their house, a giant cross.
and it says he has risen, right? Was dealing with Jesus, and they have a baby that's like 1 year old. So when that happened, it was like I was trying to figure out, because I'm the one that seen him. You know, the baby is innocent. The baby was inside the house. So right now, I would like to pray for their family, whether whatever it was, made expressions known to whether to me, you know, me, I can see these things, or whether it's out to do some harm or out to do something negative towards somebody. I'm going to pray. Heavenly Father, this time I'd like to pray for my neighbors at our old address, for them and their child to be protected from any form of negativity. We place in heavenly crosses at their home, heavenly crosses upon their child. So you can send your heavenly angels to protect that child from any kind of harm or any form of negativity. At the same time, I would like to place heavenly crosses in my home. Protect me from any form of negativity as we interfere of what I've seen. As we interfere, we tie, bind, and rebuke these creatures or whatever they may be. We tie, bind, and rebuke them in Jesus' name, for them not to be able to cause any harm or try to affect anybody in any kind of way. This I pray in your name. Amen. That's all for right now. That I wanted to make this video about this. I will share it in other live feeds. If somebody's commenting right now, I don't know who's here or not. Probably everybody's busy working, but I felt I had to make this video because it needed to be said. I believe we're in the midst. You know, I always say this, but we're in the midst of a spiritual battle, a big spiritual battle. And it's about protecting the foundations. This negative energies, they're going to use people that we know to come up against us. They might use loved ones or the elements against us, or creatures, beings against us. But that's okay. So long you maintain a love foundation, we can overcome any form of negativity with love, because love will prevail. Will overcome any form of negativity. Yes, this creatures that I've seen, whether they be real or they come from the spiritual realm, they're pretty big, but I wasn't afraid of them. I maintained my love, as I maintained the love that didn't get near me. But they were pretty massive. So I believe in the Bible, it says that in the latter years, that people are going to be able to hear, see things, that spiritual gifts, that we're going to be able to see these kind of things. It's written within the Bible. And I believe, you know, it's here. It's been here. It's been here for a long time. I wish, like I said, I had a camera or something to record the incident that happened. That's one of my first. That's one of. I hadn't had an encounter with anything since I moved from the Killeen area. I had one encounter, and I heard something on the trees, but I never looked what it was. But this is the first time it showed themselves to me. It was three of them, three giant bat-like creatures. They had bat-like wings, and they was making this weird noise. You know, I guess it was calling the other ones, and when they came, they started circling around me. But I maintained my love, and I rebuked them. And when I called upon my wife, they decided to take off. So, you know, whether it was real creatures, whether it was something out of the spiritual realm, or shapeshifters, whatever, you know, so many different theories that I could think of. You know, like I said, I was in the city. I mean, I was in the city. I wasn't out in the country or in the bushes. It came to me. they came to me, and that was kind of, I didn't want to say freaked out, but I was like, whoa, what's going on here? And then when they started circling me, it's like, okay, because the one that called them, he called the other two, and they started circling me. It's like they were fixing to attack or something like that. That's what it felt like to me. But I wasn't afraid of them. Uh, I know, so long I maintain love in my heart and God on my side, that I have nothing to worry about, nothing to fear. We will overcome and conquer anything that comes out of the spiritual realm in a negative way to cause harm. We'll tie, bind, and rebuke it in Jesus' name. That's all for right now, brothers and sisters. I just wanted to share this video of what happened to me 2 days ago. But I'm not giving it power. I believe that's what it wanted, for me to give it power in a sense of way to believe of what I've seen, and I'm not gonna believe that. I'm not gonna give it that power. I'm not gonna give it the power to try to how should I say, to grow. I'm not giving the power. I'm taking the power because I'm taking authority over it. That's why I tied, bind, and rebuked it. Everybody have a beautiful, beautiful, blessed evening. God bless every one of y'all. And
There you go, brothers and sisters. It was 5 years ago, I believe, when I moved from that area. Let me make sure that the video is off. There we go. I took off the video. I just wanted to share that with you, brothers and sisters, and there's more to the story. Sadly, because my neighbors had twins. If y'all can hear me, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Our neighbors had twins. I think they were going to have twins on that Easter Sunday. They had twins, and they lost one twin during birth, I believe, or it was one of the twins was sick. They lost a twin. The way I found out is because my wife ran into the mother of the twins, and then the other twin, like a year ago, was in the emergency room. It was having a lot of complications. My wife seen her at the hospital while she was visiting her mother at the hospital, and the other twin was in very serious condition also. We all feel blessed, right? Especially when it comes to children. You have a child, it's a blessing. But that's what the unseen forces do, right? They want to take your blessing away from you. And then when they do that intentionally to see if you're going to maintain your faith, they had the cross of Jesus Christ, that he's risen. So they got targeted spiritually by these things, even though I prayed for them, things happened, and if they're here listening or tuning in, I just want to tell you that your children, when they got taken spiritually, right, or they crossed over, they became angels because the Heavenly Father didn't want them here on earth. He wanted them to remain pure and took them to be able to fight as angels up in the kingdom of heaven. So those children really were blessed because they're able to ascend. There wasn't around any kind of sin. They were still innocent. So their spirits was able to ascend into the kingdom of heaven. So they have two angels looking out for them, which is their children. So sometimes when things happen, brothers and sisters, don't see it as it's a tragedy or anything like that. There's always a reason or a purpose for something to happen. I know that we all have to cross over one day or another, but it's all about a test of faith. The unseen forces, they do it to try to see if we're going to go astray, to see if we're going to go against what we believe in, or faith, just like them. They had the big cross. Jesus Christ is risen. You know, they got tested, but I'm more sure they still believe in Jesus Christ. They still have the faith and believe in Jesus Christ, in spite of what happened. That their children are angels. As a matter of fact, we tie, bind, and rebuke those bat-like creatures or gorilla-like creatures. That's what they look like to me, like gorillas. They were real big. They looked like gorillas. The wings was bat-like, but more demon-like. So gorilla, gargoyle, right? We tie, bind, and rebuke those three gargoyles that day. We tie, bind, and rebuke them in Jesus Christ's name, and for them not to be able to affect any children. We tie, bind, and rebuke them in Jesus Christ's name. For the Heavenly Father to send them back to wherever they came from. This we pray in your heavenly name. Amen. Yeah. That's one thing. Our loved ones might not be here amongst us, but they will always be with us in spirit. And the connection of the spirit is the Heavenly Love Foundation. That's why I do this video, brothers and sisters, because I care, and I have a Heavenly Love Foundation, and I love everybody, even the people that I make fun of, we're supposed to love our enemies, love thy neighbor. We shouldn't have no hatred in our hearts. That's why I rather choose a love foundation. Even though people might try to come up against me in a negative way, I try to say something positive that maybe that if they come in with a fake profile, that they listen to the show so they can understand what I'm talking about. My show is not about, it's all about connecting to the viewers spiritually. That's what this show is about. Sharing my wisdom and knowledge to assist you in your journey in life. I know some of you are young. You still got a lot of life to live, and that's awesome. But all I'm saying is prepare ahead of time for the future, right? Which a love foundation is the preparation that I'm talking about, because that's when it's our time to cross over. The Heavenly Love Foundation is going to be strong enough to be able to ascend. That there's nothing here on earth, right, that's going to be able to hold us back to make it into the kingdom of heaven. Nothing that's fallen, the DDN, especially when we're watching everything, no belief, no fear, forgiveness, love foundation, a relationship with Jesus Christ, that the only one that's going to be there to help us ascend is our faith, our love, and Jesus Christ with his 70 angels that's going to help us to ascend into the kingdom of heaven. Trust me, I've been through a lot to understand the dark side, because I faced the dark side in Elms Grove. Maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow. We've been going here for 4 hours and 28 minutes, in which when you fight spiritually like that, it changes you forever. But you see, the unseen enemy wants to change you for you to be afraid, for you to think that they're superior to you, for you to be given power of belief. And we see a lot of that, right, with people in the cryptic community, right? Bigfoot believers, Goldman believers, believers of vampires, werewolves, different kinds of demons. And, that's what they do. They want to gain control over your foundation, your space, trying to get you to believe in them. If they can get you to believe in them, in which we know they exist, but it's not about giving them belief. It's taking away the power of belief, knowing that your self-worth is a lot greater than any of the things that I just mentioned, because we have the opportunity to make it into the kingdom of heaven. So that's what Spiritual Encrypted is about. That's where I created it, and I don't mind having people on the show. If I'm gonna have an open mic night, if y'all want an open mic night, if anybody's got a story to share, would like to share the wisdom and knowledge, you're more than welcome. Let me see, catch up with the comments here. People are falling asleep on us. Okay, that's all right. Yeah, we're going trying to catch up to the comments, y'all. I don't even know where I left off. Okay, I remember that one right there. There's Jesse's. There you go. I think. Okay. In saying that, brothers and sisters, I'm going to call it a night. I want to thank the moderators for being here, supporting the channel. Yeah, I started this from just, I seen, I think, Brother Exuberance speaking of how he just caught me doing lives off my cell phone, being in the military and all. Yeah, they train us to do my job as a tanker, but really I didn't know nothing about no computers, and that's for people that work in the desk jobs, So the only thing I had was my cell phone, where I would do the lives on Facebook on my channel, Positive Spiritualist, or when I created Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. That's where I would do my lives. So if you look to the videos, if you look to the very bottom, there's a lot of videos there. They're off my cell phone. I didn't have a computer or nothing like that, so I invested in the computer. So I'm like stuck way in the past, technology wise, just learning. Yeah, a lot of my shows, because I felt that if I could do a video, record it, and then upload it, what I was doing is recording the video, downloading it, and uploading it on YouTube, so people could see where I'm going and what I'm doing, so they can catch what's in the video. So then I started creating the short reels of what I was capturing out there. Yeah, but we've come a long ways. We got over 3,000 subscribers here at Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I remember when there was only a little bit of subscribers. But yes, I just want to say again, thank you, Cousin Jesse, for jumping on, even though you might have been tired. Thank you for the support, Cousin Primo Jesse. Thank you, Sister Madeline, Exuberance, Sister Ivy, everybody that's been here, and the new people. Thank you for the likes, the support. And if anybody is going through something or needs any spiritual help or advice, you're more than welcome to contact me through Messenger under HCS. I'm here to help people out spiritually. He said, no matter what the situation is, we have to maintain the love foundation. Even if, whatever, somebody gets right in your face, maintain your love foundation, because you're being tested. Right now, of what I've seen, spiritual warfare, there's a lot of people being tested right now. He's using people that have spiritual openings. People that might be drinking, people that might be on drugs. They use those people to come at you. But, they come at you in a negative way because they want you to see if you falter, if you're going to get upset, or you're going to say something negative back to them. They test you that way just to see what you're going to do. But it's not the individuals. It's just a person that had a spiritual opening. It's the unseen forces. And the reason I know this, brothers and sisters, that it's not the individual, because sometimes they'll say something to you that only you know, something like of 10 years ago, but it's actually the unclean spirit that's in them that's saying something that only you know, because it's got to identify itself to you. So once it identifies itself to you that it's an unclean spirit, then you can take authority over it in Jesus Christ's name and say, I tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. Leave this vessel alone. Leave this person alone. And it'll flee. And the person will become normal. Spiritual warfare is very real. Happened to me last night. Towards the end of the video from last night, whoever tuned in, it happened. But I choose love or anything. Something happened. The only thing I'm telling you is it could be your loved one. It could be somebody coming at you, but it's that they might have an opening and they're being used to come up against you. So the only thing I can tell you is maintain your love foundation and, tie, bind, and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name, or let your love radiate out, right? Don't let the unseen forces anger you to find a spiritual, because that's what they want to do. They want to anger you to find a spiritual opening to attack your foundation. Maintain your heavenly foundation. I know it's harder said than done, but we have to. Thank you, Sister Monica Davis. I will let her know. That's right. They flee when you call upon Jesus Christ and you type on the rebuke them in Jesus Christ's name. They flee. The enemy flees. But in saying that, brothers and sisters, I'm going to call it a night. Again, thank you. We went up 4 hours and 30 minutes, 37 minutes. I could keep on talking till the roosters come out, but because I'm a night person, so I'm awake at nighttime. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for being supportive of spiritual encrypted encounters. And we enjoy when you come and comment, and we have fun, and we're serious. We share stuff, and then we have fun and mix it up a little bit with a lot of things. Let me see. It is Texas. We have to keep trying day by day. That's right. Amen. The Heavenly Father will want us to pray for everybody, right? Everybody. It's kind of like help, you just pray, but help people, right? No matter what path that they're on, because that's what he's about. He cares about us. That's why he died on the cross, because he cares about every single one of us, and he knows of the unseen forces that are around, that are bounding people. And when he was on the cross, he said, please don't forsake them. They don't know what they do. It's because the people that are around them are being spiritually bonded. That's why I say, God, please, Heavenly Father, please don't forsake them. They don't know what they do. And in those words that Jesus Christ used is exactly what I see, and I pray for people for not, or target whatever is causing the person to be spiritually bonded, to free them from the bondage with the love foundation. Good night, everybody. I love y'all. God bless you. I don't know if I'm going to have a show tomorrow. We'll see what I can do for my wife's birthday. Her birthday's on Monday, so I'll see what we do today. Thank you. That's why I made it a long show. Thank you for all the support. I hope you'll enjoy tonight's show, or yesterday's and tonight's show, or early morning show. God bless you all. Love, light, and blessings to you and your families. Another thing, always tell your loved ones I love you. Every day, tell them I love you. Give them a call, your brother, your sister, your mother, your children. Tell them you love them. It's very important to install, right, the love foundation on our loved ones. Giving them a hug, tell them I love you. Give them a call, hey, where you at? Yo, you be careful, I love you. It's very important to say that to our loved ones. Okay, let's see. I seen a couple of comments pop up there. A heavenly love foundation. Well, there's so many comments here. I guess everybody was up tonight. There we go, Brother Joel Burgess, Alon Morgan. This Brother Abe Sia, Sarn Sia signing off. Good night, everybody.